Good morning, Isaac. Margie here. Let me know if I can do anything to help. Otherwise, good morning.
Good morning, Margie. Let me make you the host. Just as a heads up, it looks like our new website is live earlier than expected, but I don't have access to post it. So I'm going to send the link to IT to post like I would with the old website, but there's not really a proper place to post it yet. So it might be a little tricky for people to find the YouTube link this morning, but because it won't be where they're used to looking.
Gotcha. Okay.
But hopefully they'll be able to put it somewhere.
Okay. We can always put it in the chat. If you have that link, we could put it in the Zoom chat. Except, oh, people who are not on the Zoom can't see that, right? All right, we'll just let that system work through the IT folks, and hopefully that gets posted this morning. I don't know how much following we have other than the participants.
I'd say you're probably right. I think, we do the stream kind of as like a way to make it more accessible, since for reasons that are a little bit unclear to me. But,
no, it's good. And we've found the recording extremely useful for after the fact when we're going back and summarizing notes and checking on discussions. So it's super useful tool. I think we should keep doing it.
Yeah, that's true. I think that if anyone would use it, that's probably the more likely use case, is for someone who was in the meeting to go back and watch a portion of the meeting afterwards. So I agree. It's definitely helpful to stream on YouTube, and the recording will definitely be there on the YouTube channel. So I think whatever's going on with our website right now is probably not something to worry about.
Excellent.
Good morning, all.
Good morning, Arthur.
You made it home safe.
No problem. Enjoying that wonderful moisture that we finally had here. It's great.
Yeah, that's it is good. Gonna get warm again today, though.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm just trying to print out some things. We have a busy agenda.
We do. Great progress is happening, so it'll be good to get updated.
Here, I'm not gonna print out Ed Brolin's thing because they put that draft watermark in it, and it just kills my printer. You know, I've just got an inkjet, and it just takes forever.
Yeah, they did a great job. They've got all those appendices in there too, the documents.
Yeah, I got a little scared when I saw it was 166 pages, but
Yeah, right.
only the first 10 are operative.
Yeah.
All right, so something else here. Okay, topics and agendas. We need to print that out. There we go. Just to keep track.
Good morning, Eric.
Good morning, Margie and Arthur. Maybe make me a co-host for the afternoon session.
Excellent. I will do that right now. Done.
All right, I think I have what I need.
Okay,
Hey,
thanks.
Eric.
I just posted, Margie, just so you know, I reposted the documents. I renamed them a bit and created a directory on OneDrive for this meeting, just with the technical proposal documents, so that because there are enough of them to put them together. And then my summary, I created a document with all of the proposal summaries together in it. So I'll go through that today, but just so you know, that's all posted now.
Nice. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, and
Go ahead, Eric.
I also, just so you both know, I created a top-level directory called Technical Proposals. That contains all of the documents that have been submitted on the technical issues since the beginning, because people are they're starting to be scattered over multiple meetings, and so I just copied everything related to the technical issues. They still exist in the meeting directories, but also now in this one consolidated directory. Sorry, Art, go ahead. What you?
Oh, I was just going to say, Margie, would you make sure to put the link to the Miro polling boards in the chat, just so people don't have to fumble away around for it?
Sure. Yeah, I'll put it in right now, in fact.
Yeah.
And I think when they log in, they should be able to see the chats that have already occurred, right?
Yeah.
Got you. All right. I'll
Okay.
put that in right now.
Okay, I'm going to bail here for 10 minutes and be back.
Great.
All right, Margie, I think I have, we'll see if IT has a place to post this or not, but like I said, we'll always be able to post a link to the recording afterwards if they can't do it now. So I think everything is done on my end. If you need anything else, let me know, but you're the host now, so you should be able to do everything you need.
Great, thank you. And I've made Eric as co-host just so we have a backup and so that he can navigate when his session comes up a little after lunch, so afternoon. Thank you so much for your help.
No problem. Have a good one.
Okay, thanks.
Morning, everyone. This is Arthur. Approaching 9:30 start time, but we're still getting people signing on, so we're going to give it a couple of minutes. So just bear with us. The agenda for today is now on the screen, and we'll be starting shortly. We're going to see if we can get it up to 20 participants. There we go. Okay, let's start, and I have some preliminary things. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to July 1st, and by my account, we are at exactly the halfway point in our bi-weekly meeting schedule to get from here to there. And I think that as you'll see from the agenda today, we both have a lot of work ahead of us, but have also accomplished quite a bit. And so we hope to finalize a few things today, finalize, at least get them to the point where we can accept them and start compiling the documents that are necessary, which will include the report on our activities here in the working groups, the revised version of the interconnection manual, and then go to work on aligning the changes that we've made with the actual interconnection rule. And it's come to my attention, we'll have to have some discussion about this, is that there are a couple of other tariffs and technical documents that probably need to get updated too. It may not be the task of this group to do that, but what I envision is that when we initiate the rulemaking, that the commission will ask the utilities to make conforming changes to their tariffs, right, after a decision is rendered, and that'll be in the fourth quarter of this year. So more on that later on. Couple of announcements. The big announcement is that the PRC now has a home after about a year and a half of being homeless, living under the freeway at I-25. The commission now has taken possession of and is beginning to move into the Bochum building, which is at 142 West Palace in Santa Fe, 87501. I have not been to that building yet. It still poses some challenges in that there are roughly 100 employees at the PRC, and there is office space for 50 employees at the Bochum building. So there's going to be some desk sharing, and some people will continue to be working at home. I'm certainly going to continue my situation here working out of Albuquerque, but there is a hearing room and I understand a meeting room fully equipped with AV in the Bochum building. So I can envision that sometime before we're finished here, we're actually going to meet in person, right? And kind of get off the Zoom. We'll continue the Zoom for those that can't get to it, but actually have a meeting in which people can see each other face to face. And I can't tell you after almost 2 years of not being able to do that, that I think will really help in our communications with each other. So that's good news. The second piece of news, I just wanted to give a brief update on last Thursday. Instead of this meeting, we had a workshop in the community solar implementation docket. And it was an all-day workshop that had a lot of good presentations. I would commend especially the keynote address from Senator Liz Stefanik, who was the main sponsor of the Community Solar Act bill, SB 84. But we also had presentations about what's in the bill and what it means for commission policy. We had presentations on several of the main areas that the commission is going to have to take into account for community solar to make community solar a reality, including rate making, market oversight, community outreach, and dealings with other agencies. We had presentations from the State Lands Commission and from the Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources, MNERD, that I think added good context for what the commission is going to be doing in community solar. In order to help people, it's obvious that there is a strong linkage between what we're doing here in the interconnection policy and the ability for community solar projects to be feasible and to connect with the utilities. So I've taken all of the presentation materials from the workshop and put them in a new folder in our interconnection OneDrive setup, right? And it's a folder called number 13 CSA workshop 62421. So you'll be able to find all the PowerPoint presentations, and there are probably about a dozen of them. Not everyone had a presentation. Liz Stefanik did not. But just for your information to make it easier, we are encouraging people to get involved in that proceeding to work out these policies. And we had really good representation. There were over 100 people on the workshop Zoom. And even at the end of the day, there were still more than 71. So a very high level of participation is expected. There is a process for signing up for working groups through our consultant Stratagen. If you're interested in doing that, I can direct you to them. I won't give it to everybody here. But that's a positive thing. And just so that you know, we're trying to align these two proceedings such that we reach decision points for the commission on phase one of the issues that we've been working on, so that they can have a decision in December. And then there will be some more activity in terms of implementation that will help inform all of the policies that need to be in place for community solar by April 1st of 2022. Now, of course, April 1st, 2022 just means that the commission will have determined what it needs to do. But there's plenty of work ahead on that. I mean, we're really looking at a very involved process, and hopefully we can bring the 200 megawatts of community solar into market by 2024. That is the goal. I've been making preliminary assessments of how many projects or how much capacity might be in each of the utility territories, and it all depends on how you cut it. Right, whether the allocation factor is total customers, residential customers, kilowatt hours delivered, residential kilowatt hours delivered, or money. But basically, as you might expect, PNM gets the largest share of whatever projects will be developed, followed by, depending on how you cut it, SPS and then El Paso Electric. So that's one of the decisions that has to be made in terms of how to allocate that 200 megawatt capacity, and whether to do it all at once or to tranche it within the time period. but the commission is committed to getting all of those projects up and running by November of 2024. So we're going to need your help to do that. Those are my announcements. I don't know if anybody has anything to add or if any questions on those two issues. Hearing none, I will just point out that we're going to be returning to the Miro polling process, and Margie has put in the chat a direct link to Miro, so at the appropriate time, you don't have to go fumbling around for the link. You should be able to just click via the chat. So looking at the agenda for today, we're going to really try and reach at least generalized agreement on several of the issues that we've already broached and use the Miro board to do that. The IREC questions, which hopefully everybody has had a chance to go back into the folders and look at them again. Margie has at the very top of the agenda document put in a link to the OneDrive folder in case you need to refer to that. Hopefully we'll be able to just use this board, and the Miro board, and this screen sharing in order to do what we have to do today, right? So the issues that we're going to be taking are the IREC questions, dispute resolution, the pre-application fees and timelines, and hopefully we can kind of get through the process and set them so that they can be incorporated into the documentation that we're doing. Then we're going to move into discussions of the still active subgroups, including whatever has transpired in the last 2 weeks on IEEE 1547 adoption proposal. We had a pretty good first step proposal that we talked about 2 weeks ago, and really there's just some phrase around the edges that we need to deal with. There will be a discussion about the cost allocation options, and Ed Brolin and team have done a lot of work, and I was very pleased to see a file that kind of sets out various options that we briefly discussed last time, with some pros and cons for them, and beginning to get a sense of how the working group subgroup views those options. And I think that Ed will talk about what further participation is needed. I know that we need to get the utilities to weigh in a little bit more on their perceptions of what would be the most valuable options that we can bring to the commission. Okay, we have the reconciliation summary. We have the utility reporting requirements group that just got off the ground, and a first step in the manual revision, the definitions, and if Abbas is here today, then he can give us an update on what's going on. We will really want the manual revision team to start picking up from this point on, and hopefully that group can reconvene and maybe get a couple of other members so that we can begin the process of revising the manual to fit the pieces that we've put together and fill in whatever gaps are necessary. We'll have more discussion about that. We'll have a break at noon, if not before, and then in the afternoon, continue the technical issues discussions with Eric Martineau. And I know that we've got refined proposals from both the utility group and the industry group, and they'll be presenting that. And we really want to get to a place where we can start determining what agreements can be made and what agreements cannot be made, so that that can go into the report. And Eric has been compiling all the documents, and I think that he'll have a fairly extensive discussion of that today. Another short break when that's done, a summary of next steps, and I really think that we should be able to get out of here by 2 o'clock, but we have until 2:30 if necessary. So that's the agenda for today. Anybody have anything to add? No. Okay, then we're already a little bit ahead, and that's good. So let's move into the review of the IREC questions and repoll using Miro. So if everybody can go and chat and get into the link for the Miro board. And then Margie, you want to lead people through at least the beginning discussion of this?
Sure, great. Thank you, Art, and thanks to Jacqueline Waite and her team who, as you recall, in the May 20th meeting, they put together a summary document that posed responses to each of the questions in the IREC model document. And as you join us on Miro, you should be taken to a screen that you saw at our last meeting. And we had some requests for folks to have an opportunity to go off and review that document before we did our next polling, or hopefully our final polling on this particular question. So as you're coming on to Miro, and as Arthur said, the link is in the very beginning chat for today's Zoom meeting. Couple of reminders. I've got my screen shared to show you that you can manipulate your navigation on Miro by going up to this share button in the upper left-hand side. I mean, to the right of the share button are some vertical lines with little dots. That's your settings. You can go there and tell your computer whether you're using a mouse or a trackpad. You can also use those settings or go to this little arrow here and turn off everybody else's cursor so you don't see people flying around. Our process today is to do a poll, which Miro calls a vote. And I've got the vote or the poll set up. I only see 7 folks so far on Miro. So I'm going to stop sharing and go to the Miro itself. It's easier for me to execute the poll this way. So as people come on, if you have questions, please speak up if you're having trouble navigating or finding the Miro.
Margie, I don't see on my chat, I don't see the link to Miro.
Really? Did you scroll all the way to the top of your chat?
If you joined after the original chat was sent, then you don't see it. So
I was worried about that. All right, here it is again. Thanks, Dylan, appreciate that. Okay, the link is back in chat and it's also in your agenda. I just want to point out, you can go to that Miro board at any time, not just during the meetings. I have the content locked until we have a meeting and then we open it up for editing. But you can go there, and I've also, in Miro, you will see at the top of each board where we're going to do polling, I've inserted a link, and that link will take you directly to the document that is referenced by this particular question. For example, the document that Jacqueline Waite and team put together is available at this link on OneDrive up in the top. So in between now and next meeting, if you want to have a look at documents that are related to our upcoming polls, you can go into Miro, click on that link, and it'll take you right to the document. So that should make it easier for you to find reference materials.
Okay, and thank you, Margie. I just, for folks that, to refresh your memory, and I think that we have a couple of new folks who are new to some of the organizations that have been represented all along today. This particular issue was what I consider a non-controversial set of information that Jackie Waite and team put together to answer 16 questions that were posed in the IREC model manual document that just really kind of like laid out kind of like the current status of issues that each state that is looking at using the manual needs to just understand, right? And it's things like, what is the current policy for interconnection, right? And is it applied uniformly to all utilities, right? Is the interconnection standard available to all projects, or are there size or design limitations? Obviously, what we're talking about is the New Mexico interconnection rule for projects up to 10 megawatts. We have whether distributed energy resources are covered by interconnection, is energy storage covered, some other areas about the interconnection process, like is there a fast track review available? What is the process if a project applicant fails to fast track? What is the supplemental review process? What are timelines? Things like that. This is all very helpful information. And as I say, it's not really controversial because it's not opinion. This is just what is in effect now. And it did point out a couple of holes that we needed to look at, like the dispute resolution process in New Mexico really just wasn't working and wasn't used. So that gave us the idea to have a subgroup to talk about dispute resolution. So I'm not going to go through all of the things, but I think that it is a useful document, and my intention with it is that it can provide useful background for the commissioners as they're looking at the outcome of our work, so that they have a real shorthand grounding in kind of like what the starting point is. And it will be used as an attachment to our report on the working group process. Does not have any particular implication for changes to the rules or the manual, except that it points us in some direction. So that's really what I'm talking about. And as Jackie is sharing with us, most of the answers came directly from the existing rule or manual. If there was a gap in the information, the subgroup went to the investor-owned utilities and rural co-ops to get a description of their processes. So that is very useful to understand that this was a good collaborative effort. So, okay, Margie, back to you.
Great, thank you. So to remind everyone, and some who are new to learn this, our purpose of this polling is to assess the level of agreement on a variety of issues that we hope to present in the report. And so we asked at the last meeting to take a poll on these issues, this one and several more that you'll see here in a moment, with the idea that if anyone had an objection to one of these proposals, that they would write up some, the reason for that, or a revised proposal, so that, again, our attempt is to put information into the report that the commissioners can use to make decisions, and for them to see whether there's agreement or not is super helpful. So Arthur, if you think we're ready, I'm going to launch the poll on this.
I'm ready.
All right, so you'll have I put a document on Miro handout, how to use the Miro tool in today's folder. The one thing we didn't describe so much is voting. You'll see a voting screen come up here in a moment. I'll give you 2 minutes to cast your vote. Your vote will look like these sticky notes, the 4 sticky notes you see on the bottom that are ranged from red to pink to yellow to green will be there. A plus sign shows up for you to cast your 1 vote. So hold on, let me go ahead and launch the vote. You get 1 vote, and when you're done casting your vote, then you hit the done button over on the left side of your screen. So the poll is open.
Can you guys display the, we don't see anything on display here of Miro.
Are you on the Miro tool, Roberto?
No, I thought you were displaying it here on
Well,
YouTube.
I can display it here, but you can't vote from my screen. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you have to be in the tool in order to do it. The screen that we're showing, that we're sharing here is just an image, right? It's not really the tool. So Margie has given the link again in the chat. You should be able to see it.
And a reminder, you don't have to log in or sign in or anything to Miro. You're in there as a guest looking at the information. give another 30 seconds. Roberto, have you been able to find that? Okay, I'm going to end voting for all. And the results are being processed. Let's see what. So if you're on Miro, Arthur, do you have a results section or you just see the Miro board?
No, I'm seeing the results section. And we have 11 votes yes, accept, and 3 votes for accept with minor revisions. And I don't see any others. So it looks like we have general agreement, but of course this is just a partial vote, right? We're going to allow people to take their time and come back to this. Maybe it's a little confusing with all the cursors rolling around and you want to discuss it, but so let me just get a sense from people. If anybody have an objection, what we'll do is move on to the next one and see that this is generally acceptable to people. And the minor revisions issue is, let's save those revision process to when we have the document, the report. We'll be doing real line editing on the document. But I would urge people to express what kind of changes you think are necessary, perhaps in advance. And as we said, you can send us an email or you can talk about it right now if you're prepared to talk about it, what you think might be missing and or need to be changed in the document that we're talking about, just so that we have a sense of essentially how extensive revision process might be necessary. So if anybody has anything that they want to discuss about the IREC right now, I think for the other issues we're going to be using the Miro tool for, we'll probably have a discussion before we do the vote. But we've been over this one so many times that I felt like, I mean, it's a whole and it's a relatively intact document. So does anybody want to talk to what you feel might need to get changed here? Hearing none, seeing no hands raised. Okay, let's move on to the next one. And of course, and Margie, how long are you going to keep the voting open?
So these others 2 minutes. But
No,
yeah, 2 minutes.
I mean, when people can come back and do this on their own time.
So they cannot vote except real time.
Okay.
They can review the documents, but I can't leave a vote open indefinitely.
Okay.
So we can either have people put stickies on with their suggested revisions.
Good idea.
Which might be a way to work it. If you can go into the Miro board anytime, read these and see what the possible revisions would look like from participants. So we can invite participants to go at any time and add sticky notes that are comments to suggest revisions.
Okay, can you show us how to do that right now?
Yes. Let's see, how's the best way to do this? All right, I'm going to go back to the IREC issue. I'll bring everyone to me there, and you should see, perhaps I have a suggested change, and I go to the left-hand bar, there's a sticky note, and you're going to see in a moment that I'm moving a yellow sticky note into the board area, and then I just double click and say revise response to question 6.
Okay, I'm not seeing where the sticky note is. I mean, I see the one that you just posted, but what do we click on to?
Go to the
Starter sticky note.
left-hand side of your Miro board, and there is a vertical control panel that's got a T on it. It is for text, and it's got a sticky note. Also, are you seeing that, Arthur, on the left-hand side of your Miro board?
I'm seeing a left-hand side thing with an arrow that's pointing to 10 o'clock and then 3 dots beneath it, and then an upper and lower kind of movement cursor, but that's all.
Hit the 3 dots, and you should get more choices.
Oh, there we go. Okay, so frame, tables. So these are apps.
Yeah, the
There
sticky
should be
notes
something
easiest
called
to use.
stickies,
Right.
stickies capture. Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. Okay,
All right. So that could be our process. People can go in and put revisions in. So at least, or note, I have a specific revision if you want to write it up in more text that we incorporate elsewise, but at least it would flag us to say there's some revision, specific revision that needs to be made to that document.
okay. Just for documentation purposes, can you put in another sticky note that just had the current vote, which was 11 yes and 3 revisions, minor revisions?
Yep.
Yeah, that's a good way of documenting.
Okay.
Okay, so before we move on, does anybody have continued issues that we can talk through? Get an understanding of this. We have 25 people who've made it over into the Miro, but only about half of them ended up voting this time around. So we want to make sure that you're able to do it.
Let me add, if anybody would like me to jump on the phone with them in between meetings to do a quick tutorial and assist, I'm happy to do that at any time.
Okay,
Should we
let's
move
move
to
on.
the next topic? All right, the next topic, and what you can scroll yourself to the right, or I will bring everybody to me as well. This is the dispute resolution proposal that was developed. And I don't know if there's someone on the team who wants to describe this. I see a question. I think that was a good one. Someone was asking, what is the definition of a qualified technical representative to be present in any attempt to resolve technical disputes? So that's a suggested revision there. And the full document, that is a set of PowerPoint slides by Matt Hagan. I think Matt is on the call. So Matt, is there anything you wanted to highlight on this, or anybody contact you with any suggested revisions from the meeting prior?
I think last meeting there were some concerns about the ability for either the utility or the developer to have a qualified technical representative present at those meetings. And I don't think we really had an answer for it at the meeting. But I think we were open to suggestions to revisions, but I think it was a co-ops that brought that concern. We were open to suggestions for it.
Okay, so that's something that we'll need to qualify in the revision process. I'll just point out that at least in some other jurisdictions, this gap would get filled by a licensed electrical engineer, right? For instance, somebody in California for interconnection purposes could use a licensed electrical engineer. I don't know if there was a further certification requirement, but we can certainly define qualified in those kinds of terms. Does anybody have any thought about that?
I think that Satish, I don't know, Satish, are you on the line?
Yes.
Satish, you
Yes,
want
I
to
am.
talk about your suggestion?
I mean, the qualified a license or a PE is what comes to mind, but I'm thinking maybe perhaps somebody from the co-ops can address it better because they may rely on consultants to help with interconnections. So I'm not sure what the ramifications would be.
Okay, so you're just agreeing that a licensed professional engineer, perhaps with a electrical engineering specialty,
Yeah,
would be
something
the
like
appropriate
that, but-
qualification?
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is Dylan with Affordable Solar. We don't always have a licensed electrical engineer present for those types of meetings because sometimes, especially with smaller contractors as well, they don't have those folks in-house. For interconnection applications, we have engineers that aren't always licensed. The licensing is required for the permits, not always for the interconnections.
And that is the concern.
Yeah, I think that really what the reason why this was put in there was to when you get to the technical discussions in dispute resolution, both parties ought to have technical people to represent them rather than one side being represented, for instance, by an attorney or an accountant or school teacher, and the other being represented by an engineer. So that's what this is for. We're not going to change the language right now, but I would urge people to think about it and come up with some way that we can resolve that when we have a final language for this. So this would kind of go into the minor revisions, right? Since that was the only thing that seemed to be an issue in our last discussion. But I'm always willing to hear other alternative ways of going about things.
Great.
Okay.
Any other discussion on this before we poll?
Yeah, let's give people like a minute to just read through it. And it's kind of small on my screen. I think I would just use the standard increase the zoom on my screen in order to read it better.
Yep.
There we go.
There you go.
And if anybody has any questions about the wording, this is a good time to raise them.
Just for reference, I've also put the current dispute resolution language that's in the current New Mexico rule down below that board. So if anybody wants to read what's down below there, that's there's a board that sits just below this one.
Okay, anybody have any questions? If not, let's go to the poll.
I'm going to make sure this didn't get, I see some editing on the polling sticky. I'm going to move this one up here. All right, let's go to the poll then. This is a dispute resolution. You have 2 minutes and 1 vote. I'm just going to double check. And okay, starting now, you should be able to vote. Although I see now we've got a, don't vote for the W sticky, anyone. That's not an official voting option.
Okay.
Say more behind your Arthur.
Yeah, well, the voting session pop-up box is dominating my screen.
Okay, I'm going to stop that poll and we'll,
There we go. I mean, I can do it, but it just made all my, the options, the screen with the various Miro questions much smaller. And
okay, now are you able to vote?
yeah, I'm able to vote.
Another 30 seconds and then we'll end the poll.
Putting me in edit mode when I click on one.
Hmm.
You don't see, yeah, something.
Andrew, did you click the vote now button?
Yeah, I did do that. And then some hijinks.
Uh-oh.
It was
Maybe-
doing that for me, and I just left and came back in, and it resolved itself.
I think. So this is what we're seeing on the vote. It sounds like we still had a little, I think what happens when, if people add stickies before we vote, the polling system I've set up on this particular board says you can vote for any sticky. And so there's some problem if we edit those stickies before we poll. However, it does look like we've got 10 people voted to accept and 4 people voted to accept with minor revisions. That's the result I see, Arthur.
Okay.
And I do see a few suggestions on, we had the discussion about defining the qualified technical representative. Are there other revisions that people had in mind? Okay.
Okay, so we'll generally accept this for inclusion into the manual, because this is going to be a section of the manual. And we can get down to defining what is necessary. So just getting back to, it's not really a requirement to have a technical professional. I think that this is more of a should. And by defining what a qualified technical representative is, maybe we can resolve that issue. But again, this is really so that everybody's operating on an equal playing field when you get to the negotiation point of dispute resolution, not for the initial interconnection application or the fast track process. This is if you cannot reach agreement on any of the issues that are subject to dispute resolution. Okay.
Okay, thank you. And I realize this is a bit clunky. We're trying to make it effective and accessible to everybody. So let's shift now. Arthur, if you're all right, shifting.
Excuse me for a second.
Go ahead, yeah.
I'm sorry, Margie, I just had a quick question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So
Michelle.
Arthur, I'm a little confused. If we just heard from one entity, Affordable Solar, I think, who said they didn't have electrical engineers, on staff necessarily. So I didn't catch how you handled that exactly, because I think you were saying that the dispute resolution process would require a level of technical expertise. And then what I heard Affordable say was that they don't necessarily have that. So,
Well, you can
what
always
was your
contract.
response there?
Well,
Yeah, you can
this
contract.
is, yeah, this is not for the application process or going through the fast track. This is if there is some issue that cannot be resolved between the applicant and the utility. And this provision is just so that we make it clear that if there's a technical issue, both sides ought to be represented by a technical expert to resolve it, rather than have a disparity in technical understanding about that. If it's a different kind of issue, you might not need an engineer to do it. But there are engineers available that could be hired for the purpose of this. And this just is an opportunity so that people can be on equal footing when they're in whatever negotiations are for the dispute resolution. Now, it may be that like with a mediator, right, and there's envisioning a mediator process that the commission might help out by identifying a group of people that could do that, right? And would be available to do that. We're not even there yet. This is just going into the rules. So don't take this as you must have an engineer and that engineer has to be licensed, right? This is giving people the understanding that if you have technical issues, both sides should be represented by somebody that's qualified to talk about that.
Okay, great. All right, thanks. Appreciate it.
Okay, anybody else want to weigh in before we move on?
I was just going to clarify, most developers have engineers on staff. It's just that usually there's not a ton of licensed engineers. And so you can be a technical person, and even a technical engineer who's qualified to represent these companies, and they just aren't always necessarily licensed. So that was the only nuance I was saying.
Okay, well, we haven't changed the language yet. We just say qualified, but we will need to reach an understanding of what qualified means.
Thank you. That's helpful too. I'm glad to know that most developers do have, electrical. I mean, I'm sure they would need it.
I would hope.
The licensing part doesn't have to be critical. Okay, thanks.
Okay, moving on.
Arthur, this is Toyoko. I just wanted to make one comment. I think I made this before, that cooperatives, I think, don't necessarily have the resources in terms of a dispute or the timeline. I think, I don't know if we have to have a separate track for cooperatives versus IOUs, but I'm generally concerned about that becoming just an unenforceable thing, just because it can accumulate and not be addressed appropriately. So my experience in cooperatives is quite different depending on which cooperative and what the situation is. For example, if they lose a person in the staff, all of a sudden things just come undone, and there's a lot more challenges for cooperatives to meet the timelines based on my experience. And so in a dispute like this, I'm not so confident about how this could actually be employed. And I haven't thought through what we might propose to do. I don't know if there are cooperatives here today. They haven't been necessarily as participatory on these sort of things. So that's just an issue I'm going to raise right now. And I voted. I was one that accept with minor revisions. That's the nature of my comment. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Toyoko. Well, it's apparent to me that no matter what kind of dates or timelines we put into language, that there would be instances where they cannot be met. And so this is not really an enforceability issue, but I think that if there's an understanding, and maybe we do put this into the section, that these timelines, there could be mutually agreed timelines that are different than this, right? But that just then puts the onus on the two parties to reach an agreement on what the timelines ought to be, right? And what to do about that. Because obviously there may be circumstances where no matter what kind of dates we specify, can't be met. And the question is that a major issue? Is that a minor issue? What we're trying to do by having any kind of guidelines for dates is to prevent that unlimited time, that falling into the Sargasso Sea, right? So that both parties understand that things should be done according to a timeline. I'm okay with a mutually acceptable timeline, and this is just a guideline for what we would like to see. Anybody else want to weigh in on that?
Arthur, I think it's productive to have a timeline, at least as a guide. And I'm noticing with interest this comment by Kevin Cray about how in some markets like Minnesota, there's an independent engineer that's used to help investigate or resolve technical issues and works in conjunction with the commission. And that, that's kind of a creative approach too. So it seems like all you can do is, at least at this point, is create a timeline that would be desirable, and hope that the parties can somehow be prepared, or and maybe our agency should look at the option of this process in Minnesota. I agree with you that, unless both parties have some sort of equitable, balance in their technical capabilities, it's not going to be a fair dispute resolution, or it's not likely to be a fair dispute resolution. So.
Right. Okay, so what we can do is put in a section G, which is timelines here are for general purposes. There may be a mutually agreeable timeline developed by the two parties, something to that language. And I'll accept any proposals via sticky for what that language should look like. Acceptable to everybody? Should we take a vote? No. That's what we'll do.
Okay.
Is revised language. So if you could put a sticky there, Margie, that says add section G on mutually agreeable timelines. And then I'll just point out that with regard to the qualified technical person, we do have the word shall in there. And shall is a very strong word in the regulatory world. And we'll accept thoughts on changing that to should. But the thing is that we want a workable dispute resolution process. We don't want to be too prescriptive, because this is really what we want to see parties do to work out the issues before having to go to mediation, or before having to file a formal complaint with the commission to resolve those things. I think that in the history of interconnection in New Mexico, there haven't been all that many disputes that go this far. And certainly the language of the previous process, the existing process, doesn't help much So, we're just trying to improve things. So always open to ideas on how to improve things.
Okay.
Okay, let's move on.
We do have Leah and Wade and Bobby all here from co-ops. Did we want to hear from any of them that may want to comment either about timeline or qualified representatives? I know we have at least 3 co-ops on the line. Okay, not at this time.
Well, this is Wade with Central Valley,
Go ahead, Wade.
and just listening to the conversation, I tend to agree with the minor revisions that have been spoken. So that's just my opinion, and I like to hear that we're going to work on it and make it a little clearer, because we don't have a PE on staff either. We have engineers who are qualified, but they don't carry the certificate.
Okay, so any suggestions you have for defining what qualified means that we can insert into the language, and even if it's not licensed, it just seems to be that maybe the standards are a little bit different here in New Mexico, but in California, everybody's got to be licensed.
No, sir. At this moment, I can't think of anything, but I've been thinking about it since the conversation, and I sure will forward any ideas I do come up with.
Great.
Thank you, Wade.
Okay. You ready to move to the pre-application topic? Are you ready for that, Arthur?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. I've moved everybody to the right to look at this revised table on pre-application report fees. And what we've done is separate the fee question from the timeline question. All right, so the fee question is the board on top, and I won't take you there yet, but down below, if you wanted to navigate down below, is the timeline. So 2 separate polling boards, one on fees and one on timelines. We'll start with the one on the fees. And if you can hold off making any sticky revisions to this yet, that would be great. Let's poll it, and then we'll put any revisions. Jim Desardines, you may want to describe this. Let me tell you what you see here. You have the subgroup's recommendation on pre-application report fees of 2 different proposals, one for systems that are proposed behind the meter and a different amount for systems that are in front of the meter. We've had 2 alternates suggested, one that came out of the subgroup, which is alternate A, having no fee for systems 100 kilowatt and below, and $300 fee for systems over 100 kilowatt behind the meter, and a $500 fee for systems in front of the meter. Since then, we've had another alternate B proposed by Kyle Riddell, and Kyle is offline introducing a new person into the world right now, so he is not here. But I know perhaps Matt or Mike, if you want to speak for Kyle, I'm happy to let you do that, or I can summarize. But let me give you the opportunity to comment on Kyle's suggestion for simplifying the fees to be an amount regardless of whether it's behind the meter or in front of the meter.
This is Kevin. Just to confirm it, the real difference between the subgroup recommendation and alternate B to me just seems like there's not an ability to pay more if the report costs more. So it seems like you pay the fee, and however much work it takes to comply with that is however much work it takes to comply with that. Are others seeing that differently?
Oh, well, so Kyle didn't comment on that part of the recommendation, but I think that I would guess that he would be open to considering that. He just commented on the dollar amount for systems and thought it would be more simple if you didn't have to differentiate behind the meter, in front of the meter. And because systems that were small systems under 100 kilowatt, he thinks that the pre-application report system really isn't intended for that particular situation. It's more intended for, larger systems that do take work. And I would suggest that he might be open to that clause in the parentheses up above in the subgroup recommendation to be added to alternate B. And that's something we could easily, if you suggest that, Kevin, I'm sure we can add it as an amendment.
Yeah, let me just read. Yeah, let me just read what Kyle wrote in an email that was shared with his group and with us. Is that I quote, "I still maintain that the pre-application reports for small systems, 100 kW or less, are not really what the pre-application process was intended to address, and that with the application cost for smaller sites being as low as it is, it would be better to use a better use of time and resources to just have these customers submit the application rather than submit and pay for a separate pre-application report that utilities will have to dedicate resources to support." So that's his rationale there, which would be the counter to having no fees for systems 100 kW and below, because they should just go into the application process. Is that clear?
Yeah, I guess one thing I would add to that, and not necessarily my bailiwick necessarily, but to me, it does make sense to not have a pre-application for these smaller, particularly on-site systems. But I've seen a lot of use if the utilities would be open to at least identifying whether there was room on the existing transformer or not. Like, I don't see a residential customer, a small commercial customer putting sub 50 kW paying for a feeder upgrade, and typically that's not needed a lot of times anyway. But what they do tend to run into is that a shared secondary transformer has met its limitations, and so I can see where on-site solar folks would want to be able to identify that before signing a customer up, submitting a formal application. Xcel Energy in Colorado has a process where they do that kind of pro bono. I think they give themselves a week to get back to folks, and it's a really high level check to just say, based on the projects that are interconnected or that we have applications for, there's still room on this transformer. So you wouldn't need to upgrade it to do 5 kW. To do 7, you do. And that's been a very useful tool for the industry in my experience.
Okay. That seems like something that we would really need to have formulated into a proposal that may be separate from this or an addendum to this. So if I can get you to write that up, it's too large for a sticky, but we can entertain that as a proposal that might get amended into this. It does require the utility having that information about the existing capacity of its circuits and feeders. Even the PNM interactive map doesn't quite tell you. It tells you whether there's space, but it doesn't tell you if it's how much space, right? So some work has to be done on that. And I'll just tell you that the commission knows that this is an issue. The commission knows that this is, in order to have a fully functional market, we're going to have to get to that place. We may not be able to get to it in phase 1 here, but it's certainly on our agenda for how we can do this better visibility into the system to prevent, delays, to prevent disputes, to expedite non-problematic installations, right? All that stuff is part of our goal package. So if you can, Kevin, just write that up as a proposal. We can take that up next time and see how people feel about it.
I think could I just address that a little bit, because we did talk about, this is Jim Desjardins, by the way, and I led the pre-application group. And we did talk about that, and while it was felt that it would be probably in only rare situations where people would submit a pre-application for a smaller system. First of all, there's a difference between a 5 kW system and let's say a 40 kW system on a commercial building or whatever. But secondly, things could change in the future, and that could be a useful tool, and we wanted to keep it open. And I would also suggest it just makes it cleaner that we just have that ability, as opposed to try to determine when you can submit a pre-application application and when you can't.
Yeah, it should be up to the applicants,
Yes.
right, as to whether they want to go through this process or not.
Yes, that was our thought.
Yeah.
And Art, this is Roberto from El Paso. I mean, and I made this point on the subgroup, and I also made it here in previous meetings. I mean, for the small customer, he doesn't want to pay for our pre-application. I mean, if the intent is to provide visibility up front to the applicant, we don't need to have all these other tools. The only thing that's required is to have incorporated in the application process the review of the capacity for the customer up front, so he gets notified. I mean, we don't have to spend a lot of money to have all these tools and toys. If we can incorporate that visibility in the review process up front and notify the customer, so he will know what he will have to do. And then if he wants to continue with the application, I mean, that will be his choice. It's a simple fix that will give you 95% or 98% of the respondents what they're looking for. I mean, they may be getting the odd one here and there that may be wanting more, and for those, they can pay for the pre-application.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, it seems to me that is something that should be written into the manual in that section, right? And maybe if you can also just write up a couple of sentences that describe that, we'll take that into account as well, because I agree with you. I mean, we're just trying to give people a sense that there is flexibility in the system, but that, pre-applications are useful tools for certain kinds of projects. They should be available, but they come with costs, and you have to be willing to bear that cost if you want to go to the place where you really have a full understanding of what your system is going to impact.
Arthur, if I could just make one more point, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Jim.
I believe our final proposal, whatever, on this topic, about 2/3 of the way down, it does say that there's an understanding that utilities often, maybe even typically, provide this kind of information at no charge for smaller systems, but it's really done on an informal basis, and they're not required to do so. And
Right.
we even talked about putting in there that they would commit to doing so, and there was, and understandably so, a reluctance to commit to doing that. Okay. So in that case, then the option would be for a person to get the pre-application report.
Okay, then I think that we may well be covered on that. You can always take it up when we have the report editing, that there may be a slight difference of opinion about the utility of these tools, like when to use them, but I think that we're at a place where we can at least vote on what we have before us. Now, Margie, this looks like it's a little bit more involved because we do have alternatives, and I'm seeing on the right-hand side 3 yes accepts and 1 no, but tell me how that works.
So my thought is that you get 1 vote. You can either accept one of the 3 recommendations, recommendation or alternate A or B, or you do not accept any of the above. So we can just get a sense for where people support these 3 different concepts. Of course, we can suggest, as Kevin mentioned, that the clause in the first line that the report costs more to prepare, and that's documented, utilities could be allowed to be reimbursed. We can certainly carry that over into either of the alternates, but I think the fee structure was different enough in these 3 that I hope to get a sense from the people on the call of which of those 3 have the greatest support. So you can vote.
Okay, so it's not that I would vote for the first one and one of the alternatives. The alternatives essentially amend the proposal?
That is correct. You could vote for, you get one vote on any of these 4 lines, rows.
Okay. All right, and I'll just point out that one difference that I see, and it's just maybe a punctuation difference, is that alternate B, the $500 is for systems of 1 kW and above, whereas the first choice is $500 for systems above 1 megawatt. There may not be a real functional difference there, but that's what I'm seeing.
Right, yeah. Kyle was pretty specific that he thought that 1 megawatt systems ought to be the $500. So anything equal or above 1 megawatt.
Okay.
Let me also add that at the last meeting, Kevin Cray, you volunteered to look at the content of the pre-application report. And I know that in the subgroup recommendation, thanks to Jim Desjardins and the group's work, they actually did write up the content that they would recommend go into the report be formatted and inclusive of, say, 10 or 15 items that were in the IREC model interconnection procedures. So I wanted to make it clear that the proposal on what the content is was incorporated in that recommendation from that subgroup. So Kevin didn't need to go off and create a new team, but we did pulse the utilities about that particular issue. And Roberto, to your point, then if the content of the report is specified in the manual, it's fairly extensive. And so when committing to writing a report and getting a fee for it and doing it on a timeline, I thought it was important that this whole working group recognize that the report content is listed in the recommendation from this group, and it's a number of items. So although we're not voting on the content specifically, Arthur, the recommendation about what goes in the report did come out of the subgroup, and Kyle did comment on and thought that it was a good list of items and it should be incorporated. So I think we have consensus on what goes into the report, but people who are concerned about that need to take a look at that between now and the next meeting.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, so please, I'm going to launch the poll. You have 2 minutes to select any one of the categories, either one of the 3 green stickies or the red sticky. And after that, we can capture comments or revisions, or we can do that offline at your discretion there, Arthur. So let me launch the vote on fees for the pre-application report. Okay, you should see the vote if you can vote on the 4 options.
I'm not getting the vote now pop up.
I'm not seeing any.
You don't see it either?
Sometimes you have to refresh the page and then it should pop up for you.
Mine showed up, it was just on the right side instead of the left side this time. I don't know if anyone else.
Did you, let's see how.
I've had a lot of success just using the refresh button.
Refresh, try refresh, then thanks.
Okay, that works for me.
Does it work? Okay.
as with most things these days, I also find it works best in Chrome if you have the option to use that as your browser.
Great, thanks for that suggestion too. Yeah, there's a couple browsers that are a little more friendly. And we've got about a few seconds, 25 seconds for the vote to continue. Five seconds, last polling opportunity. And we'll look at the results here. Looks like we had 10 votes for the subgroup's recommendation, 8 votes for alternate A, and 3 votes for alternate B. So let's slide down to do the timelines next, and then we can have discussion about revisions. Arthur would be my suggestion.
Okay, let's go. We're
Yep,
just scraping the amount of time that we allotted to this.
okay. All right, so you should now see, I'll bring everyone to me again. And this is the timeline that were suggested. Timelines that were suggested by the working group. Again, a time frame, an alternate, or if neither of them work for you, so you have 3 voting options here. Jim, did you want to say anything about this set of proposals before we do the polling?
All right. No, I don't really think I have much to add. I think it's pretty much self-explanatory, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
And then I'll just point out that again, there is an alternate here with the shorter time frame for small systems, but if we're operating under the assumption that systems under 100 kW would not even be likely to use this process, you should take that into consideration.
Okay, let's poll. All right, you've got 2 minutes to vote on one of the 3 options on the right-hand column.
Is there a meaningfully different amount of work involved with a 1 megawatt project versus a 2 megawatt project if the information is provided as the same? I'm just would be curious based on the pre-applications I've seen come back from each of the 3 IOUs. There was basically all the information was provided agnostic of the size of the project that we were proposing.
Yeah, I'd just like to comment, Dylan, that all of them were larger than 1 megawatt.
That's true. Would there have been a difference if it was 800 kW? I'm not necessarily. arguing for a shorter period, just maybe all of them should be 15 days.
Yeah, I think I mean, the challenge is basically the same for many of them. That's why the 15 business days. It's just that sometimes things are handy and sometimes things you gotta go chase them. And it's hard to define when one will apply and when the others won't apply. So just trying to be consistent and I mean, that's why we voted for the 15 business days to allow everybody the opportunity to really collect the information and don't set unreasonable expectations.
And you can always do it faster.
Yeah, true. And it's all, I mean, usually it is done faster. You're right, Art. I mean, usually it's done faster. I mean, in our case, we normally do it faster. But there's sometimes when you run into roadblocks and you want to take I mean, you need those days.
If I could just comment a little bit, the reason for the 1 megawatt, we felt there needed to be some kind of differentiation or cutoff, and after some discussion, that's where we landed. It's a nice clean number, and I believe we also took from what they were doing in other states.
From a community solar perspective, the arrays that are sub 1 megawatt are typically like rooftop mounted or urban sited community solar, like a carport. So they're usually interconnecting to existing facilities or are a lot closer to existing facilities, as opposed to the ones greater than a megawatt, tend to be more in rural areas. So I think on the utility side, there's a little bit more to look at, kind of tracing things back to the substation, and there's just more equipment and infrastructure in between the proposed site and the respective things that need to be looked at.
Okay, are we done voting?
Yep, we've got the results are in. We had 14 votes for the subgroup recommendation, the first row, 1 vote for the alternate, and no votes for the do not accept. So it looks like we have a general consensus support for the recommendation.
So Arthur, I couldn't hear what Kevin said in his last comment. Could I ask him to repeat that, please? I'd like to hear what he said.
Yeah, happy to, Commissioner Hall. So just in general, from a community solar perspective, when you're talking about arrays that are sub 1 megawatt, those are most typically, sited in more of an urban location, could be a rooftop or a carport, or something kind of in and around a metro area. And so in that instance, a lot of times they're interconnecting to an existing transformer or existing equipment, as opposed to the arrays that are larger than a megawatt, more up in the 5 megawatt range, tend to be, in more of a rural area. And so there's going to be more utility infrastructure that would need to get kind of looked at in comparison to something that's in more of an urban area. So I just kind of highlighting that, it is probably easier to do those pre-screens sub 1 megawatt, even in the context of community solar, just because those tend to be in parts of the system where there's going to be more data available.
Right. So there is a rationale for having a distinction between above and below 1 megawatt.
Great. Okay, that's what I was wondering in my mind too, because when Jim mentioned, it seemed like a nice clean number, that I thought there's hopefully something more than just that notion. Because, if things are going to be challenged legally, it's good if they have a factual basis. And so I'm glad to hear that there's, some practical basis for making that distinction.
Okay, I'd like to really kind of move on into the next section, but what we'll do is, because there was a difference of some opinion in terms of the alternates for the defining question, we'll just treat that as, here's the basic proposal and here were the 2 alternates, and we'll just take that to resolution as we move forward in editing the documents. And if there still is a difference of opinion, it goes to the commission and the commission will decide what to do about it.
Sounds good.
Okay, so is that it for the Miro?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Does everybody want to take a 5-minute break? It's getting warm here, and I need to at least get some air. So let's come back. It's now 10:54. Let's come back at 11 o'clock and then move into the next section, which is discussions of the current status of subgroup recommendations. It may not take a whole hour to do, so hopefully we'll be able to stay on track for the noon break. 5 minutes.
It looks great. This is your sunflower? And you're whining about, I don't know if I can do another floor.
Commissioner Hall, just FYI, you're not muted.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. It's 11 o'clock. And again, it's July 1st. So many things happen. If you have a wall calendar, don't forget to change the picture. I have a wall calendar. I'm old school that way. I also have to change the date on my watch because it now is telling me that it's June 31st, which doesn't exist. So we're going to move into discussions of the subgroups and just get a sense of status. We're not going to be voting on anything, although with luck, we'll be able to move the discussion on a couple of these things so that they can be voted on next time, since now we seem to have gotten the Miro polling process workable. So Travis is here to talk about the subgroup's activities on defining IEEE 1547 standards adoption proposal. We've discussed this a couple of times. Travis, anything new?
Hey, Arthur, how are you?
I'm well. I'm mute, but go ahead.
Good. Just pulling on my presentation. And can you see my screen?
Not yet. Margie, can Travis share?
Yeah, he should be able to share. Any participant can share at this point. Yep.
I hit share screen and I opened up my presentation. Are you able to see it?
I cannot.
That is strange.
Let's try it again.
Yeah, let me try again.
There it is. Yep.
Oh, okay. I just closed it and tried again.
Right. It's just a little pokey today. It still thinks it's true.
Yeah. All right, cool. Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Travis Dorr, and I work for Excel Energy's DER integration team. Let's see, I need to move just a little thing around. Okay. The IEEE 1547 subgroup for the New Mexico Interconnection Working Group includes the names shown on this slide, which includes Satish, Roberto, Tayoko, Stephen, Richard, Andrea, John, Kevin, Cindy, Omni, and Michael. So thank you to everyone who joined the group over the past couple weeks. This subgroup is now very fortunate to have the utility participation it needs. We met last week to discuss the recommended grid support functions of IEEE 1547-2018 to propose to the commission, and I'm here today to present what the group has developed. So the focus of this presentation is the recommended grid support functions of the standard, but we also have some caveats to mention, most of which is language directly from the standard. These caveats include mentioning what functions are mandatory versus how they are utilized, how categories are determined for ride-through settings, and how setting modifications are requested. The presentation ends with discussion of the next steps for the subgroup. So this slide should not be much of a surprise to the working group. I presented something like this over a month ago and at least one other time since then. The subgroup recommends that the following grid support functions shall be required for all DER installed after December 31st, 2022. So this includes that they shall be capable of actively regulating voltage. They shall be capable of frequency response. Frequency response is the capability to modulate power output as a function of frequency. Mandatory capability for categories 2 and 3 under high frequency conditions, mandatory for categories 2 and 3 under low frequency conditions, and optional for category 2 or category 1, sorry. They shall ride through abnormal voltage and frequency, and they may provide inertial response. Inertial response is the capability for DERs to modulate active power in proportion to the rate of change of frequency. So now on to the caveats. It's important to clarify how functions are mandatory versus how they are utilized. The voltage regulation and frequency response capabilities are mandatory, but the utilization is at the discretion of the area electric power system operator. The standard mentions other potential stakeholders, such as the Authority Governing Interconnection Requirements, or AGIR. But since there is no ISO in New Mexico, the EPS is the transmission planning / operator entity. And next is a caveat on ride-through settings. We wanted to mention that setting modifications may be necessary in the future. Oh, I'm getting ahead of myself. I wanted to mention first that when determining ride-through requirements, the area EPS operator specifies which of the abnormal operating performance category 1, category 2, or category 3 performance is required. That's language from the standard that I just wanted to mention as a caveat, but I also wanted to mention that setting modifications may be necessary in the future. The bulk system operator may identify the need to modify ride-through settings, so we added that that part of it, that the operator shall notify the DER owner of the need to modify ride-through settings. We added that the request for setting modifications shall not exceed 1 per year. Modifying one customer settings is easy. However, before we make the recommendation to modify the settings from, let's say, category 2 to category 3, we need to run system studies. And so if we identify the need to modify the settings, it will be for a large area that could cover multiple substations. And so not exceeding 1 per year makes it fair to both utilities and developers. A developer managing dozens, sometimes hundreds of DER projects may have a hard time modifying settings multiple times per year. The utility, on the other hand, will also be hard pressed to verify that settings were modified. And also the kind of studies on the bulk system for voltage and frequency ride-through support are most likely done once a year.
Okay, let me understand a couple of things here, Travis. The area EPS operator is distinct from the bulk system operator. These are not necessarily terms that I've used in the past. Is this the balancing authority? Is there some other entity that we're talking about?
I do not believe it is the balancing authority. Let me back up a little bit. I would say that oh, go ahead, Roberto.
This is Roberto. Yeah, it is. It's the transmission operator, whoever the entity it is. For us is it's P&M, EPE, Excel.
Okay.
In areas where they have an ISO, it'll be like the Cal ISO.
Okay. Yeah, we have a lot of balancing authorities, and kind of like, to me, they're constructs. The people who are in them understand it, and not everybody else does. Okay, and then what I'm hearing is that there may come a time when settings need to be changed within a region, so that there might be different settings required within a utility service territory, but that's all determined by actually what's happening on the system and system studies. Right, we set one standard, and then it might have to change over time in given geographic locations, depending on circumstance.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay, and then finally, how easy or hard is it to change these settings? My understanding that some can be changed over the internet, right? Essentially through what others might require software changes that are just like sticking a chip in, and others might be hardware. Any sense of how easy or difficult it would be to change, for instance, the ride-through settings?
Yeah, any sense of it. It depends on geographic location. If we're talking about in metro versus rural areas, It depends on the categories as well. And it also depends on exactly what the settings are, and yeah, I mean, how many inverters would need to be updated with those settings. It also depends on how we proceed with requiring the various communication and control functions from the standard.
Arthur, this is Tayoko. To answer your question, we are going to have an inverter manufacturer provide us with a rundown of some of these types of issues, since we don't have experience with this yet in our region. The inverter functions are present in the inverters now, but they're not activated. I've mentioned before that we've activated some functions on site with the manufacturer. So I don't have a specific answer to your question about how it's addressed, but we're going to get the answer next week.
That's great. And I'm sorry, the inverter manufacturer like Enphase or somebody is going to present to.
Yeah, John Berdner, who's been on the working group for writing some of these standards, will be present for a meeting to talk about this.
Can he present to this group? What group is he going to be presenting to?
The 15. This 15.
Oh, the subgroup.
Yeah,
the subgroup. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, we have a meeting scheduled with John next Friday, the 9th, and based on the results of that subgroup, I will have notes to share to this working group. And John, yeah, will reveal a bit more of how settings can be modified, probably depending on the inverter type. That's another thing to consider when modifying settings, is what manufacturer, what inverter type as well.
Great, that's really terrific news. I'm glad that you're doing that and can report back to us. And if there's anybody that is in the bigger group that really wants to participate, get in touch with Travis. Right, you know, we don't want to close the door to anybody, but I appreciate that the subgroup is taking that on. I see two hands, one from Satish and one from John Hawkins. Satish, unmute yourself, please.
I think John wanted to go first. John, go ahead, and I'll follow.
Oh, okay.
Well, I just wanted to go back to that area EPS operator. I do believe that potentially that could be the distribution operator. And the reason why I say that is if we're adjusting inverter settings for things like ride through and things like that, that might have protection implications. And so I just think that we should take that a little bit more granularly than the balancing authority. The balancing authority would probably care less than the actual distribution operator, in my opinion.
Yep.
So
Okay.
I just wanted to put that out there. Thanks.
Yeah, so let's just have a definition in there when we add this into the document, because this is going to go, I think, as an appendix to the document.
Okay.
Great. Satish?
Yes, sir. So I think somebody from the group or Travis can correct me if I've misunderstood, but a couple of things on these modification settings, they're not retroactive, and we don't want to create the impression that anybody's going to be changing settings on the fly in the next several years. I mean, it may happen someday. So really it is more of, at some point, the utility has a good handle on number one, there's a need to change settings, and number two, how to do it. And then that would be communicated to everybody, unless I'm saying that wrong. And I think PNM had a very good example in our group meeting where they actually requested, and again, John and others can correct me if I'm speaking out of turn, but they did work with a developer to adjust some settings because the larger picture is that it can ease the burden of integration, if you will. So I'll stop there and let others comment.
Well, that's the hope. That's the hope behind all these things, is that it actually makes integration and interconnection easier.
Yeah, although I would say that if we do change the settings to make the integration easier, we have to ensure that somehow or another, for some odd reason, they don't get changed to something either different or back, right? Because then it makes it really hard. So the inverse can also be true.
Okay, so generally the principle is we're going to start with one set of settings, but have the flexibility, depending on circumstance or really reliability issues, to change some subset of the inverters. There will be notice to the customers and working hand in hand to do that, so that we don't have to keep going back and fine tuning. So that's my understanding, and that's actually beyond what we're talking about today, but it is something that we're going to deal with as we go forward.
But it is important that if a utility wants to, by mutual consent with a developer, use certain settings, that is important because that's what creates the experience base. That we learn something.
Right. Well, hopefully we're going to start with a uniform set, and then
and
changes as necessary.
Right. Thanks.
Right. Okay, Travis.
Yeah. There's a lot of reasons for modifying settings, of which we can go into in a later presentation. I'm very excited to talk more about that in the near future. I'll just continue with the presentation as written. Last slide is just the next steps. The subgroup should focus on the low-hanging fruit, which should be the ride-through settings. Determining the settings for active voltage regulation and frequency response will be, I think, much more complicated and probably take at least several months to hash out the details. However, we are also looking for guidance and direction from the working group for how to proceed from here. For example, what sort of timeline are we looking at? This question doesn't have to be answered now, but it should be helpful for moving forward.
Yeah, this is terrific work, and I really appreciate the one level of participation you got. We're glad that the utilities have been able to weigh in on this, that we really need to get good understanding and agreement on this, and hopefully there won't be too much contention. But for the purposes of phase one, your basic date by which, December 31st, 2022, and what are the autonomous functions and what is the optional function for initial inertial response. I think that will be sufficient for what goes into this set of decisions, and then we can use phase two to work on determining the actual thresholds, since we have all of next year to do so.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Travis. Anybody have any other questions before we move on? Hearing none. Ed Brolin, are you here?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
You are. There you are. How are things in New York?
Wet.
Wet.
Lots of rain. We almost got rained out at the Yankee game last night.
Oh, a tragedy.
I think it would have been better if it was rained out.
Are they playing Boston?
No, happily we were
No.
not. Can people see my screen?
Yes, and we might need to make it a little bigger on your own personal screens. But yes, thank you.
All right, I've got it as, let's see, does this work? Doesn't appear that I can, oh, there, yeah, well, but then the window's not big enough. Oh, that's a disaster. I think that's as large as I'm going to be able to get it. People.
Yeah, we can manipulate our own screen. So
great. So, all right. So on the cost allocation front, options front, we've had a number of meetings and discussions and backs and forth via email. Participants, we've got Zoe and Bill from Excel. We've obviously got Roberto, Ryan from PNM, Kevin from CCSA, myself, Tayoko, and Chris Worley from Sunrun, and also recently Sarah Birmingham from SIA has also been getting involved. But as we presented last time around, we've identified a number of potential cost causer alternatives. And we're trying to take those alternatives and put them into the format of the document example from California, where we list out the proposal summaries initially, have some discussion, and then, per our conversation last time, Arthur, make preliminary recommendations as to what we think for various use cases, what we think the right approach would be. So Margie, thank you for uploading a pretty daunting document in terms of pages onto the shared drive. It's 166 pages long, but most of that is actually backup and appendix information, right? So there's just about 10 pages where we go through, and that's what I have up here on the screen right now, where we sort of, start out with our principal statement, which we went through last time and has gone through minor wordsmithing, and then get into the various proposals. Now, each of our proposals is non-consensus. We have not come up with one proposal that everyone agrees upon, and I think that's fairly unsurprising given this initiative. But just quickly, I'd like to just scroll through this document so people can see what's in there. And I think what we're envisioning is in the intervening 2 weeks, people can have an opportunity to take a look at the 10 pages of content and or references to the appendices. We do believe that we're going to still iterate in that time, but Arthur, I believe the expectation is that in the next meeting 2 weeks from now, we would actually have a Miro session where we'd be voting on different types of alternatives. Is that your expectation as well?
I think that would be terrific if we can do that.
Great. So very quickly, and again, I did list these out last week. There are a number of different ways that you could do cost allocation. So you could have retroactive cost sharing between interconnecting DG facilities, what's often referred to as cost sharing 1.0. As experience in other markets continued, we realized that wasn't really working. So there was an attempt to do prospective cost sharing, where there's a $1 per kilowatt or $1 per megawatt fee associated, and that's shared across all of the interconnecting facilities. There's some concern that that actually doesn't work either, as I think I intimated last week. The next step would be more of a holistic multi-beneficiary cost sharing, where it's not just the interconnecting projects, but also society at large. So that's another one of the proposals. The furthest extreme of that would be rate basing the costs of interconnection to the point of common coupling, such that facilities would be responsible for any, anything that's on their site, but everything that is on the distribution network would be rate based. We talked briefly, and Ryan from PNM went over PNM's proposal of doing something in the grid modernization tariff, sort of a rider based on the grid mod. And then from Excel, we got this concept of a network upgrade, a system enhancement credit. So that's just sort of the listing out of the various alternatives that we've been contemplating in our work. And then for each, as in the California example, we go through, all right, who is supporting it, who is opposed to it. And we do have a number of things where people are interested in talking about it, but not committed. So we actually added that third category here. So just illustratively for sort of the retroactive cost sharing, we go through sort of some of the discussion of what has been learned in other markets, what's happened in New York, in Massachusetts, and in Maine. And these are items that are in the appendices. So there'll be references to the appendices if people want more detail as they're going through the document. And then we talk about the proponent, opponent, and uncommitted positions. Sometimes there are general comments, just sort of general experience from other markets. And then there are individual participants will put I've tried to capture feedback from each of them via either email or markups or what have you. Not everybody commented on everything, not everybody commented in the same way. And again, I do think that this will go through some iterations as we continue on the work, but we do have some good commentary from a variety of stakeholders on each of these elements as to whether they support, oppose, or uncommitted, and or the reasons why. So people can take a look at this. Again, it's only 10 pages. It's not that much. There definitely are going to be additions as we go through. And then at the very bottom, before we get to that detail in the appendices, I have this table that I endeavored to try to create. So we have these various cost allocation solutions or options. Then we have the scenarios, which we talked about last time. And again, not everybody weighed in on what they believed to be the best cost allocation option for each scenario. I think we'll get some more feedback on that. But this was just sort of preliminary feedback from the group with regard to their view as to the right approach, either globally or for individual scenarios. So that's where we are with the work product so far. So I'll pause here and invite any of the other subgroup members to chime in, any thoughts that they have that they'd like to share with the larger group, and or any questions from the larger group.
While people are organizing their thoughts, I just want to express my gratitude for the level of work that's represented here and the inclusion of the different things that came to my mind. So I really appreciate that. The simple takeaway, I think, for everybody is that we're not deciding which tool is going to be used, right? We are presenting a set of options, and I think that especially the table at the end shows that not every option is most useful for every circumstance, although you have a choice, right? Some of them you go one way or another. That there may well be differences of opinion between the utilities and the industry as to which is the best option for a particular use case. And we'll just lay that out for the commission to determine. And what may happen is that as a project comes in for interconnection, this can be used as essentially a policy defining tool that the commission may make some universal decisions as to kind of like new options that go beyond the cost causation model that we're currently under, or may spell out its preferences as to when things get used. But again, we're not determining all and forever what the answer is, because things are going to change and there may be different use cases than we've come up with. But I think that this is a really good construct that helps illustrate it very well. So thanks, Ed, and everybody else who put time into this, and we expect more time. So anybody else want to add in? Questions?
So with no questions, next steps, we'll look to get a little bit more fleshed out this chart itself, as well as the content ahead of it. May add some more things in the appendices and or other documents onto the OneDrive. But I would love to schedule a session, Arthur, with you and Margie in advance of the next meeting, so that we can figure out the best way to organize the information for the purposes of the everybody getting involved online using the tool.
Okay, great. Can we have just a little bit more discussion of the grid mod tariff idea that looks like it has both some utility and industry generalized support, and so as to how that, because obviously that is a regulatory tool, the utility tool, to have a tariff and how that might work?
So Ryan, are you on? Would you like to sort of take that away? Last time I didn't think he was on. This time I thought he was on, and he may not be. So that we do have a little bit more detail of that in the appendix. I pulled it in here, where that's the New York stuff. it's just really a one pager that PNM put together. But basically proposing that, a utility can put in for, a tariff or rider through the Rule 210. And he's got a little bit of detail there. I will admit I am not conversant enough in this to represent it appropriately, so I don't know if
Okay.
others have thoughts.
Okay.
But I think that, industry certainly is supportive of it, given that it is already established here in New Mexico, and we believe that, what we should be building upon what you guys already have. But we can get, we'll definitely get a little bit more color around that, or people can take a look at what's in the appendix just to sort of see what PNM is proposing on that front.
Yeah, because we have two ways of going about it. The Grid Modernization Act, AB 233, envisions utilities coming to the commission with applications for cost recovery of grid modernization projects. The vehicle may well be a tariff, okay, that identifies specific areas for upgrades, and it goes into a tariff that's appropriate for that particular area. I see this as a promising alternative for the commission to consider. It's kind of like halfway between rate basing and tariffing. So,
yeah, I think one thought that industry had with regard to that, and we did have that in the comments, is that, in New York, they have effectively this in their cost sharing 2.0, but then they also do have a market driven mechanism. So it's not entirely dependent upon the utility to identify opportunities. So I think that's part of the discussion. I think that we as a group recognize that this basically is like multi-beneficiary cost sharing. It is basically like 1C, but we did want to keep it as separate and distinct because it is based in the grid mod tariff.
anybody else have any questions? Eric Martineau, are you still on right now? And I just wanted to ask you about the format of this. This looks very much like what the California working groups came up with in their various reports. Do you see this as the model that we should be striving towards as we get these more complex issues with multiple parts?
California model that we've used for the last 3 interconnection working groups, and also that the background section for each of the proposals is oops, my connection is just unstable. Can you still hear me? Yeah. The background section for each of the proposals is something which we do try to achieve consensus on in terms of the wording and the language among everyone, at least among those who support the proposal. And then there's also an opportunity for individual participants to put in their individual positions, which that text is entirely theirs and is not subject to revision or comment by anyone else. People are free to write whatever they want about it. So there's 2 different types of text in the discussion section, at least using the California model. But this looks very promising to do it this way.
Great, thank you. And again, thanks to everybody who contributed to this. And there will be some more. Where do you think we'll be in 2 weeks? Ed, do you think that we'll have a refined version of the first 10 pages?
I think that's certainly my goal. Obviously, we're looking at holiday, and it has been a little bit difficult herding the cats, but it is my hope that we can get a little bit more fulsome, input from each of the stakeholders along the lines of what Eric was talking about. Again, I tried to capture things that we got through a variety of means, and I really would love for us to be able to have an interactive session with the larger group for at least some of the elements of what we're looking at, in the next main meeting.
Okay, and then what we'll hope is that we can finalize the set of proposals, right? Because it is not. This is another one of those issues. This doesn't change the interconnection manual. This doesn't change the rule. It does go into the policy deliberations for the commission. So if possible, I'd like to have as close to a final draft at the end of July and into the first meeting in August, so that we can set it aside and work on the other things that are going to be a little harder to reach consensus on.
Sounds good.
Great. All right, next up, Matt Hagan, the reconciliation summary. This is, of course, a work in progress, and as we're kind of like reaching agreement on various things, they're filling in the boxes. Anything new to report, Matt?
Yeah, we finished filling out our spreadsheet. I just need to do some formatting of it, I guess, to clean it up a little bit. And I wrote a summary on our findings, and I noticed some differences in there, some things that we need to change in our spreadsheet. But after that, I'll upload it. But I have the summary here. I put it in presentation form. I checked it over with the team this morning. They were all okay with it. So I can give that presentation if we're ready for it.
Sure. Yeah, you should be able to share your screen.
Alrighty. All right, let me know if you can see it.
We're good.
All right. There we go. All right, so a quick review of the objective of the subgroup is to highlight the technical differences between the current New Mexico Interconnection Rule Manual, the FERC Small Generation Interconnection Procedure, or SGIP of Order 792, and the 2019 Interstate Renewable Energy Council IREC interconnection models. So the subgroup members track the differences at a high level, and tracked those in a spreadsheet, a shared spreadsheet between the members, covering individual sections of the procedures, and then we reviewed them together for like consistency and accuracy. The rest of this is just a kind of a brief summary of the findings of that effort, and just a reminder that this is not a comprehensive reconciliation. We really focused on the technical differences and stayed pretty high level. So not every difference is stated here. And especially in this summary here, I tried to make it really more digestible. So the first was just the general process. So that's like looking at the simplified process versus fast track, or level 1 versus level 2, level 3, level 4 of the IREC model. There's minor differences in what the different levels of review are called, like I just said. But the general review process itself is really very similar between all three procedures. All three of them have a process for small interconnections. They all have a screening process. They all have a study process. So they're all very similar. This most significant difference is the IREC model specifies the process for non-export applications, which we all know. And while the other two are written before storage systems became more common. So other differences are SGIP and the manual. The processes for those are at 10 kW. IREC is at 25 kW. The eligibility for fast track for the manual is less than 2 megawatts, while the other two procedures are based off of a table dependent on voltage class, size of the conductor, and distance from the substation, like we went through in a previous meeting. So those are the differences between the three. The initial review screen criteria, those are all very similar. Main difference is that the manual allows the application to be sent to supplemental review upon failing any of the screens. So that saves some processing time, but it doesn't provide as much information to the customer about system conditions. a few more minor differences were in the threshold. So like the shared secondary screen, I think in SGIP, it screened for less than 20 kilowatts on aggregate generation on a shared secondary. IREC and the manual screen for 65% of the transformer size. And there's also on the fault contribution screen, I think IREC had it at 97%, or sorry, excuse me, 90%. SGIP had 80%, 87% of the aggregate fault contribution. And the manual had it different. They specified it as not the aggregate, but just the proposed generation being less than 2%. The small DER applications in the SGIP model follow the same screen criteria in the fast track process, where the IREC model and the manual specify what the small DER applications, what screens apply to the small DER applications. So SGIP, all of the screens apply to both the small projects and the fast track process, projects. Network screen criteria, and those were different for all three. Both the manual and the SGIP required inverter-based DER for networks, but the IREC model, it appeared to only require inverter-based DER for level 2 applications on networks. So the thresholds of the screens like range between all three, were different between all three. They range from 50% of minimum load in the manual, and they also said that for level 1 screens, level 1 projects in IREC that are non-inverter based, and to 5% of peak load and less than 50 kilowatts in the SGIP model, to 100% of minimum load, or 5% of peak load in the IREC model for level 1 inverter-based projects. For the level 2 DER applications in the IREC model, there isn't really a threshold in that screen. It's really more just of a requirement for inverter-based generation to have minimum import relaying or some other protective scheme to ensure that power imported, this is what it said, power imported from the utility to the network will be greater than 1% of the network's maximum load. Supplemental review, both IREC and SGIP were very similar in their processes. IREC had a couple of notes on non-export DER related items. So they state that the aggregate generation should only consider generation capable of exporting energy, and onto the line section, and the load that is co-located with non-exporting generation or limited exporter load following generation should still be accounted for. And the manual, the current New Mexico manual, didn't really have any specific criteria for the supplemental review. It really just said like, and at least not like the SGIP and IREC models do. It really just said like if it can't be determined in 10 days that the application can be connected safely and reliably, then it goes to a full study process. So that's how it is. That's the timeline requirements for the manual. And IREC, the timeline requirement for SUP review is 20 days, and then SGIP is 30 days. That was the last difference between the three. Study process, again, SGIP and IREC are very similar. Main differences, again, were just the time to complete those studies. And again, the manual didn't really specify what needed to be studied in the SIS. So SGIP and IREC specified like protection and coordination studies may be required, power flow studies may be required, equipment ratings may need to be reviewed, things like that. Those are just examples, but they were both pretty similar. But the manual didn't really specify that. Left it flexible for the utility, I guess. The manual also didn't really define, at least not that I could see, how long the feasibility system impact study or facility study should take. Whereas SGIP and IREC, I think SGIP for the system impact study, it was 3 days for distribution impact studies, 45 days if a transmission impact study is required. And IREC is just a flat 40 days for the study. All three of the models had some kind of a high level non-binding cost estimate for the system upgrades system upgrades and interconnection facilities, sorry, and that's identified and shared with the customer before entering the facility study. Two more slides here. Queues, all three of the models instruct the utility to place applications in a queue to help determine cost responsibilities. The main difference is that the IREC model requires the queue to be displayed publicly and to be updated at least monthly on that public shared document, publicly shared queue. And it also defines several minimum requirements to include in that queue to share with customers. Also, IREC states that the queue position is based on the deemed complete date instead of the timestamp of the application as used in the manual and SGIP models. And finally, data and reporting. The IREC model requires reporting a list of application process metrics over the past year, and to report that both to the commission and report it publicly or display it publicly. And that is updated or reported twice a year. Manual and SGIP process don't require any reporting, but they do require the utility maintains 3 years of data that is subject to audit, including all the interconnection requests received in that time, the time required to approve and deny, and justifications for any actions taken on those projects. So that is it. The results that we got, or findings that we had. I don't know if Ty or Jim or Olga have anything to add, if that sums things up pretty good.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add. I think they can, or we can submit the Excel spreadsheet. That's more informative if people want to dig deeper into it.
Yeah, the spreadsheet has a lot more details on the minute differences. But yeah, just trying to keep it high level here in the summary.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I think that this is really useful. The question is, what do we do about it? All right, so it strikes me that some of these issues are being discussed in the technical portion of the program here, and may find resolution there. Things like the data reporting, we have a subgroup that's going to check in with us on what they're coming up with, and there's a little bit of overlap in the groups here. So help me out in terms of thinking about how best to use these differences and to try and resolve them. I mean, we could just throw it all before the commission and say, you know, which model do you want everybody to use? Okay. Or we could schedule essentially an oral briefing, right? An oral argument, and have one side representing the SCHIP model and one side representing the IREC model, and try and kind of like, flesh out a little bit more about where we could find commonalities and or reach a bridge between them, and decide which portion there might be a pick and choose, one or the other. I haven't decided as to how to do this, but that kind of came to my mind, is that we might really kind of like just set aside time in the big working group and have that, which is better kind of discussion, and then maybe resolve some of these issues. Does anybody have any thoughts on that?
I do, Art. This is Roberto. I mean, if everybody recalls, when this discussion stemmed from the which model should we start working from? I mean, either the IREC, and I mean, some people have expressed that the SGIP was very archaic and it needed to be completely updated. And to which point I brought up that, well, it's very similar to the IREC. I mean, it hasn't had many changes. So I think the main discussion here is, let's just select one, either the IREC or the SGIP. They're very similar in nature. And then, I mean, move what is it that we would like to modify in there. On our part, on my part, I'm not opposed to starting from either one of them, but we do need to have a starting point to modify things. And I think it's just a matter of selecting which one we want to start from. I have proposed the SGIP to start because they'll bring uniformity to what the FERC process is, which under any, I mean, we're not going to be able to change that one. So that's why I have proposed, let's use the SGIP and have consistency on the state and federal level. But we can also use the IREC, and even though we may end up with some differences, I think it's just a matter of defining how we want to start.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
Arthur, this is Nico. Just in the spirit of the whole goal here and the process of modernizing our grid and developing rules that are best practices, the IREC manual deals with non-export and export, which is a key part of this whole process. It's one of the main questions that we're going to address in one of the working groups. And so I think that's would be the basis for choosing the one that is the most current and addressing the issues that they have identified here as differences in working through the finalization of our interconnect manual. So that's the clarification I think that's important. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I guess I'll add, we do already have some comments between like SGIP and IREC, I think from a few weeks ago, or maybe 2 weeks ago, the last meeting that we had. And I think what we came down to was it's 6 in one hand, half a dozen the other. We could start from the SGIP model and add to it, add the non-export requirements and that sort of thing. Or we can start from the IREC model and strike the things that we don't like and change the things that we don't like about it. So, I mean, either way, like I'm kind of in the same boat as Robert, I guess. I just feel like starting from the SGIP model and adding to it might be cleaner, but open to other suggestions, I guess.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, I can't resolve this right now. I do want to look at the spreadsheet and take it over, and what I may do is try and get Sky Stanfield, who's the attorney who represents IREC, who helped develop the model, talk to our group in the next meeting if possible, and talk about her sense. Of course, she will be an advocate for the IREC model for many of the same reasons that Tayoko represented, but she also is a very fair person who can talk about how the IREC model is simply a model to be refined by jurisdiction, and what essentially accommodations have been made in other places that we might use. Okay, so I don't want to impose my way of looking at it. I thought that we would kind of use the IREC model because it is the most update. There are good arguments for starting from SGIP and building upon it. But you know, it's almost pointless to vote on one or the other because we're going to have a split, and it's just going to be a split depending on kind of like which side of the industry you're representing, utility side or the developer side, and that's not going to get us anywhere. So I'm going to confer with Eric about ways to resolve all the issues, or have a kind of a choice between them, and then just pick and choose the areas. But I would like to get a sense if people have a strong feeling about why certain of these elements that have been identified are superior, right? And not just a 6 of one, half dozen of the other, but are there things that are clearly superior in each of the models that we should look to grafting our own model? Okay, does that make sense to everybody?
Hey, Art, this is Eric.
Yeah, go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, I'll say just for on the technical side with the two technical issues, I think, you know, we're doing something of a hybrid where we've had proposals come in and we're looking at those proposals relative to both SGIP and IREC at the same time, and using both what SGIP and IREC say to inform the development and hopefully convergence of the proposals that we have. So it is something of a hybrid, and I don't think it's necessary to have a hard and fast start from one point or another, because we really already have our starting point. But I think the comparison is extremely useful, and we really will allow us to really get into the detail, the specificity of what we're proposing.
Okay, so two things. Ask everybody to review this and look at it after this afternoon's discussion on the tech issues. You'll have a good sense of some of the issues that were addressed in this reconciliation model, and kind of like where they're heading. And then I'll just ask you to send us an email or send a proposal to the group as to how you think we should go forward. And if you have strong feelings about elements that are superior, and again, this is like not close shaves, but like we really need to do this, right? And it lives in the SGIP model as opposed to IREC, or vice versa, then I'd like to hear that too. And then next time we'll have a deeper discussion about what to do about this so that we can move ahead and make some sense out of the differences and reconcile them. And if that works for everybody, I'd appreciate just hearing from you. Recognizing that there's a 3-day weekend coming up. So. Okay, anybody else on this? We are approaching noon, and we have one more utility reporting requirements from Jim. I don't think Abbas is with us.
So,
Jim, yeah, Margie.
Did I just ask Matt for an administrative question? So the document that you just described and the spreadsheet, do we have that in OneDrive, or when try to get that?
They are not in OneDrive yet. I just need to clean up some formatting in the spreadsheet, and I'm not able to upload the documents. Can I send them to you to upload to OneDrive?
Be perfect. Be perfect. Yep. Thanks. So I'll watch for those perhaps later today.
Or tomorrow morning.
Okay, great. Thank you.
That'd be great. And thank you, Matt, and everybody else who worked on that. I'll just echo that this is a very useful document. And of course, you know, if we were smart, this would have been the first thing that we did, but we just had to do other things. So Jim, anything to report in terms of the utility reporting ideas? And then we'll take a break and then move into the next one.
Sure, yeah, just a real quick update. We did meet on Tuesday, and in addition to myself, we had Grace Moreno and Evelyn Favela, and they're both from El Paso Electric. And they were just kind of brought on board on that. So they really didn't have any of the background or the document, which we're starting with, which was provided to me, and that's the IREC 2019 Attachment 9 reporting requirements. So I kind of filled them in where we're at, and we're going to meet next week. And in the interim, they're going to get up to speed with the document. So that's kind of where we're at.
All right, thank you. And you were involved in what Matt was just reporting about in terms of the differences between SGIP and IREC. So I presume that kind of like you're taking all that into account, and we'll find a good middle ground for us.
That's the idea.
Okay, great. All right. I don't see a boss, and so we're going to just set that aside and take our 15-minute break so that Eric can keep us on track for the technical issues update. Anybody have anything to add right now? If not, I have a piece of blackberry blueberry pie that's sitting waiting for me, and if I don't eat it at lunch, my wife is going to finish it off. So that's what I'm going to be doing for the next 15 minutes. Margie?
Satish is on the line. He's part of a boss's glossary and definitions team. I don't know if Satish is prepared to give us any information about that glossary work or not, since a boss is not here.
Satish, can you keep it short?
I'll keep it very short. Thanks. Hey, Margie. I have access to the IEEE Dictionary of Standard Terms, and I was hoping that you and Abbas could feed me keywords that need to be defined, and I'll start anything that you don't have, I'll start filling out. So I'm ready to do that.
Perfect. Okay, Abbas and I will touch bases, and we'll
let us
more tasks. Great.
All right.
Thanks, Satish.
Boss got a Tesla, Andrew says. Well, there you go. Model Y. Is that the wingtip one? That looks like a DeLorean. One of my nieces who makes too much money has one of those. Anyway, we'll see you all at 12:15. Thanks. Okay, let's see if there's any chats. Model X, okay, not Model Y. Okay. We're not recording. If everyone is back, gotta tell you, there's nothing like a good berry pie in the summer. Peach ice cream and berry pie, two of my favorite things. Anyway, Eric, take it away.
All right, thanks, Art, and good afternoon, everyone. We're here for another installment of our discussion on the technical issues, and today we're going to go in reverse order from what we have done in past weeks. We'll start with the non-export limited export issue, and then capacity haven't really talked about yet. Very much we have proposals for it, but we have yet to start that discussion on hosting capacity. And then finally, we'll come back to our discussions that we've been having these last weeks on the capacity screening levels and process. And that will certainly be informed once we have the updated comparison of SGIP and IREC models from Matt and his team by tomorrow. That would be very helpful. So two general items first before we dive in. The first is just to point out to everyone here. Let me start sharing my screen. The first is to point out to everyone that I've just created a new directory, top-level directory on OneDrive, technical proposals, all submitted documents. And so this contains everything that has been submitted by both the utility group and the industry group, as well as GridWorks notes since we've started. And so it's all here in one place, and it's now a fairly substantial record of both proposals, comments on proposals, and further updates to those proposals. And we'll keep adding things here. So that's the first item, just to point out that we have all of that information now in one place. It also continues to exist under each individual meeting at which it was provided. Second general item is that just to remind us that there is interlinkage between the technical issues discussions and the other subgroups, the teams that are working on issues, in particular definitions, timelines, and cost sharing. We've actually had proposal text on definitions and timelines in the technical proposals, and I would trust that that those who submitted those proposals would be incorporating those into the relevant teams and subgroups. And if not, we will have at some point soon to go and make sure that whatever information has been submitted in the technical proposals related to definitions, timelines, and cost sharing gets accounted for in those teams as well. And so we'll start to look at those overlaps. And also in terms of pre-applications, we've heard discussion this morning, and there are implications for the pre-application discussion, I think, in terms of our hosting capacity proposals, or where we decide to go with hosting capacity in terms of initial data and information on circuits that may not yet exist, but that may or may not exist, but that may be useful for pre-applications that relate to hosting capacity and where we want to go with it in phase 1 this year and certainly in phase 2 next year. So just for us to keep those in our mind, and we will start to look at those connections to make sure that we're accounting for everything. Okay. For today, I prepared a document. It's a 7-page Word document, starting to show that here. It's a technical proposal summaries, version 1. And I tried to draw together everything that's been submitted on the technical issues, the technical proposals, including the 2 documents today that, yesterday, that was submitted by the industry group and the utilities group. So both utilities group and industry group submitted documents yesterday, updating and expanding on their proposals and their commentary on the proposals in accordance with the questions that we raised 2 weeks ago. So those two documents are posted to the OneDrive for today's meeting, as well as this document that I'm showing you now, this summaries version 1, which incorporates everything, including the documents that the groups submitted yesterday. And just a couple of words about this document. You can find this online now on the OneDrive for today's meeting. And just a note here at the beginning that these summaries are taken from the document submitted by the industry and utility groups as indicated, plus for the case of proposal 1A, working group discussions from these last weeks. And these summaries attempt to capture the essence of what is being proposed rather than provide full details. Additional details may exist in the submitted documents and can be incorporated into the work group's final report and reviewed and updated by all participants during that process as well. So we're not dismissing or neglecting anything that's been submitted so far, any item of text in any of those documents from either of the two groups. We're simply saying that those exist, we can incorporate them. We're trying to capture the essence here of what these proposals are. Also, the justifications and argumentation for proposals, and there's quite an extensive text along those lines that are contained in the submitted documents, are not included here, but can and will be incorporated into the final report. And certainly we'll be working that through as we get into the stage of writing the final report. And all the text that is available in terms of justification and argumentation, we'll start with what's been written, and we'll go from there in terms of reviewing and editing and updating as needed. So just to say that either of the groups, if you find omissions or what you consider to be inaccuracies in this document, I'd like to start us all working from this document from now on. If you find omissions in ways that you think are capturing the essence of what you've proposed that are not in here, or if there are inaccuracies in what is in here relative to what has been proposed, then please, that is an action item number 1 for these next 2 weeks. And we'll say what the further action items are related to this document as we go through it. But the first is just in terms of how I've put it together. Okay, so as I said, let's start with the issue of non-export and limited export. I'm going to move my screen around here a little bit and go to the very bottom of this document, which is an annex that starts on page 5. I'm going to work my way up from here, but basically this annex, the industry group, in their submission yesterday provided several links to other states' treatment of the issue of non-export, limited export. And I've copied from those documents to Arizona and Colorado to say, here is what they've approved in their rules related to non-export, limited export, and inadvertent export. And I thought this would be a good place to start. The proposed proposal, the revised proposal from the industry group mirrors, I think in particular, the Colorado rule now, but we'll see, and we'll go back to both the industry and utility groups on what they've both now updated their proposals on this issue of non-export, limited export in their documents yesterday, and we'll see what they've done and see how far apart they are. Margie, am I tracking okay so far?
Yes, you're good. Yeah, you have a little breaking up of your audio here and there, but it's working fine. So please continue. Okay, and please just let me know if there's an interval where that's not the case, and I can back up a bit or turn off my video.
Actually, I'm going to go down to Colorado first, which is here on page 6 of this document. And I've just copied verbatim the Colorado rule text on energy storage interconnections related to non-export limited export. And I would actually start with this paragraph 3. We had a discussion these last weeks, last time and the time before, in terms of the original proposal by the industry group was to follow California. And then we said, well, what are the other ways of talking about going beyond just the addition of the 2 nameplate ratings, the solar plus storage? And we talked about operational requirements or limits or configuration. So here's what Colorado says. Interconnection requests, this is paragraph 3 now. Interconnection requests are reviewed based on the combined nameplate ratings of systems accounting for their export capacity and energy storage operating mode. The ongoing operation capacity portion of the interconnection review is based on the actual simultaneous performance AC ratings, taking into account the operational differences of load, offset, and export. If the contribution of the energy storage to the total contribution is limited by programming of maximum active power output, use of a power control system, use of a power relay, or some other mutually agreeable on-site limiting element, only the capacity that is designed to inject electricity to the utility's distribution or transmission system, other than inadvertent exports and fault contribution, will be used within certain technical screens and evaluations. So that's essentially how they're defining non-export or limited export. It's limited by programming, a power control system, use of a power relay, or some other mutually agreeable on-site limiting element. Then only that, then the capacity in terms of the screening is only up to what that limit is. And that's how it's worded in California. I'm sorry, in Colorado. And then provision 1, I'm just going to read provision 3 and provision 1. These are the 2 main ones. There's 6 here total, but the ones that we're really concerned about. Provision 3 is in terms of non-export limited export, and provision 1 is in terms of inadvertent export. The non-exporting energy storage may inadvertently export so long as the magnitude is less than the energy storage's nameplate rating, and the duration of export of power from the customer's energy storage is less than 30 seconds for any single event, and there are no limits to the number of events. Inadvertent export events shall not exceed thermal service voltage, power quality, or network limits defined within commission rules or interconnection requirements. So here, this is also for our reference in terms of how Colorado has worded inadvertent export. And the thing that I would highlight the most right here is that the duration of export, of inadvertent export, is less than 30 seconds specified in Colorado, which is interesting because California's definition says less than 10 seconds. And I was present for a lot of those discussions in terms of the industry talking with utilities about this time duration. Utilities originally wanted 2 seconds, which is currently in as well. The utilities group proposal submitted yesterday to our group, 2 seconds for inadvertent export. But there was a lot of discussion about whether commercially available inverters, power control systems in particular, can respond in 2 seconds or less. And is it really necessary for them to respond in 2 seconds or less? Is 10 seconds sufficient? 30 seconds also sufficient for still maintaining reliability, safety, and service limits on the distribution system? And California says 10 seconds. Colorado says 30 seconds. So that's something to keep in mind. Now going on to Arizona. Arizona defines maximum capacity as either the nameplate AC capacity of generating facility or the AC capacity of the generating facility established by its operating characteristics. The operating characteristics, another, Colorado says operating mode, Arizona says operating characteristics. Operating characteristics means the mode of operation of a generating facility that controls the amount of power delivered across the point of interconnection to the distribution system as established by the generation facility manufacturer in accordance with the underwriter's UL CRD certification requirements decisions for UL 1741. And so that's the language that Arizona has adopted. Now, I've included here as well Arizona Public Service comments when this was originally being proposed. And Arizona Public Service had a number of comments here. And they said, yes, the ULCRD minimizes the risk that an installer or customer can unintentionally change operational settings, but does not address the potential impacts on a distribution system if a change to operational settings is made without utility approval or evaluation. There's also further a comment here by APS in terms of saying that, well, if you just do the two nameplate ratings, solar plus storage, that would not necessarily incur additional upgrade costs because the interconnection agreement can also include, and always does, the flexibility to select beneficial operating settings. So sort of each case taken individually provides the flexibility, is their point. And then the commission responded to APS during the proposed rulemaking. And the commission says that it has determined that the definition of maximum capacity included is appropriate definition, and that the recent adoption of ULCRD, with which manufacturers will comply to ensure UL certification, reduces the risk of unauthorized field changes to operational settings. And the commission also notes that no evidence has been provided to show that unauthorized field changes to generating facility settings have created safety issues or other problems for customers, utilities, or the grid. Should the commission receive evidence in the future that unauthorized field changes to generating facility settings are creating safety issues or other problems for customers, the commission will evaluate the situation and determine whether additional rulemaking is necessary. So that's what happened in Arizona. This is the text for maximum capacity that was originally proposed and was then adopted. And the commission responded to APS's concerns and their comments to agree that they did. So I thought that was very helpful for us in thinking about the proposals that we now have before us in terms of this issue. Let me just stop here. I'm going to go on to the actual proposals that we received yesterday from both the utilities group and the industry group on this issue, the updated proposals from both groups. But before I do that, if anyone would like to comment on the Arizona or Colorado rules, or actually the fact that these rules now exist in similar form in a number of other states, or are being proposed in a number of other states. And I know Stephen Rimshaw had done work on this these last 2 weeks, and he in fact provided these links, and he's not here on the call today. He's not able to be here, but just see if anyone else from the industry group wants to comment, or really anyone on the call.
Eric, if nobody else has a question, am I to understand that in Arizona, by essentially adopting UL 1741, that incorporates this definition? And so if we just adopt UL 1741 as most current, then we'd resolve this issue, hopefully.
It's really the adoption of the UL CRD, the certification requirement decision on power control systems. That was a separate decision issued in 2019.
Okay.
All right, well, let me go on and people can, you're seeing this for the first time potentially. So we want to have a process over the next 2 weeks for comment, reflection, and convergence, useful reflection and information on what will help us converge. So let me now present the proposals we received yesterday. This is on page 3 of the document I'm going through. And there are actually 5 proposals here, 2A through 2E. And proposal 2E was what the original industry group proposed on May 19th for inadvertent export, and 2D is inadvertent export. We'll come back to that, what the utility group proposed yesterday. 2C is what is the text that California adopted last year, and that's what the industry group proposed on May 19th as well. That's that very specific detailed language that includes the ULCRD. And proposals 2A and 2B are what were submitted yesterday. So again, just to go through that, and I'd welcome any elaboration, further comment, justification from each of the groups as we go through this, and really to see how different these two are, proposal 2A and 2B. So proposal 2A, the utility group, they proposed this yesterday. When a storage system is installed in conjunction with a generation system, both may be reviewed at the same time and included in one interconnection agreement. That's similar to what we just saw in Colorado as well on their list of items. The review level will be based on the combination of the on-site generation rated capacity and the storage nameplate capacity for the selected operating mode of the storage system, whether the storage system is installed in conjunction with the generation system or after. So that sounds similar, that based on the combination of the on-site generation rated capacity and the storage nameplate capacity for the selected operating mode of the storage system. Not quite clear if, maybe it's not so quite clear in terms of the storage nameplate capacity, if you're limiting export using the power control system, whether that is whether that storage nameplate capacity is affected here as it's stated. Interconnections are reviewed based on the combined nameplate ratings of the sources that can be simultaneously supplied to the grid, such as 2 inverters, accounting for their export capacity and energy storage operating mode. Again, operating mode. So it sounds similar to Colorado. The ongoing operation capacity portion of the review is based on the actual simultaneous performance AC ratings, considering the operational differences of load offset and export. If the contribution of energy storage to the total contribution is limited by programming or by some other mutually agreeable on-site limiting element, the reduced ongoing capacity can be used for interconnection reviews. The reduced ongoing capacity can be used for interconnection reviews. That's perhaps one of the key operative phrases here. And then, of course, any change in the use case of the existing storage system, including but not limited to changes in the operating mode, configuration, or programming, is required to have an interconnection review in a new interconnection application. So as we'll see in a minute, I don't know that this is that much different from what the industry group has now proposed, and not much different from what we saw in the Colorado example before. So I think we'd be curious to hear from the utilities group now, whoever would like to speak on their behalf, if that's really true or not, or really anything that you'd like to say about this new proposal.
This is Matt. I guess I don't have anything else to add. I think you covered it well. So I think the reduced ongoing capacity can be used for interconnection reviews as kind of covering that that non-export functionality that I think we're saying that like the level of review is dependent on the nameplate ratings, but the screens and reviews would be based on the actual export capability. So whatever the reduced is, it's dependent on what the customer's load is, I guess, if it's non-export. So maybe it would be like the nameplate rating if it would be generating full or reduced during the minimum daytime load.
Yeah, it sounds like it sounds though like you're saying that in terms of what we've been defining as level 1, 2, 3, or 4, let's say, in terms of the capacity screening, that you would use the full nameplate ratings of both to combine for determining that level. But when it came to actually doing the screening and determining requirements in the screening, that you would use this so-called reduced ongoing capacity, or is it reduced operating capacity? Is that word ongoing a typo? Because it seems a little bit incongruous, but maybe it's just a terminology issue at this point.
Ongoing or operating capacity, I guess I'm not sure on the difference between the two. It was based off of our New Mexico storage guideline document.
Okay. Okay.
I think there was some concerns. I'm trying to remember when we met between the utilities on this, that clarifying that it's optional, I guess, to use the reduced ongoing capacity. I guess some of the utilities have had issues with certain customers changing their configurations and operating modes without notifying the utility. That if they have issues with those, that they can still review them on full output, full export capability.
Yeah. Okay. And maybe that's where the word ongoing comes in to imply that whatever that initial operational setting is would continue and would not be changed.
Right.
And was it what you said earlier? Was I hearing you correctly when you said that the two combined nameplates would be used to determine the level without regard to operating mode?
Correct.
Yeah. So a 15 kilowatt solar system with 15 kilowatts of storage would not be considered level 1. It'd be 30 kilowatts total nameplate, even if it might be completely non-exporting.
Right.
Okay, good. Glad for that clarification. Anyone else from the utilities group or from the industries group, comments or question on this proposal 2A? Tayoko, I think your hand is raised. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Eric. Yeah, there's a couple of reasons, economic reasons why a customer buys a battery to have backup power or to for resiliency purposes, or if there's incentives to offset their consumption and spread it out over a greater period of time. And so the settings that an individual consumer has is for that. For example, I just got a text message from P&M, says P&M outage alerts update. And so in the case where there's potential outage pending, the customer can change their settings and increase the amount of reserve that they have in the battery for potential outage. And otherwise they can be in a self-consumption mode where they're just offsetting their loads during the daytime, either in the evening or in the morning when the sun isn't out. And then for commercial purposes to reduce demand charges, again, those economic benefits are all internal to about resiliency, and there isn't a consideration there for choosing an export unless the utility would would want that. And that is not on any immediate horizon that I'm aware of. It's been brought up by a boss that there should be some consideration down the road for allowing that. But there isn't an incentive or a economic benefit for an individual to export on the battery. And of course, for the reasons that for tax credit purposes as well, there's not a structure in place to incentivize the customer to use the grid for charging the battery. And so that charge is supposed to come from solar, and that's how the battery systems are being used right now. So just clarification around the economics of why people do batteries and how that fits in with this. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Tayoko. I think you pointed to a use case that might start as non-export, but for economic reasons in the future, if there are changes in circumstances, that it might go from non-export to limited export. Is that essentially, is that what you're saying?
That would be based on some economic benefit that the utility might offer to the consumer, and then it would have to be programmed, because I'm not aware right now that, for example, a battery system has the option to do export at all. So that would have to be something it's a next generation that's addressed in the future by a utility in working with the manufacturer to make that change.
But are you saying that I just highlighted the last sentence of this proposal. Are you taking exception to this, or is this acceptable? Any change in the use case, including but not limited to changes in the operating mode, configuration, or programming, is required to have interconnection review in a new interconnection application. Because that would seem to cover what you've just described. I mean, it would have to be done if the changes were happening, the economic circumstances were such that everybody wanted to do that, then that would certainly be a lot of interconnection re-reviews at the same time. But I think this type of clause is very common everywhere.
Yeah, I think I would suggest that it would be helpful to include a change to the export capacity, because if I change my backup power for self-consumption mode because of a pending weather event from a low percentage to a high percentage, I'm changing the storage system, but I'm not changing anything about the export mode. Yeah. So that might be helpful to add that.
I see. So you're talking about changes to the configuration of the storage, the power control system vis-a-vis the storage that would not affect the level of export.
That's right. Yes.
Okay. Good point. All right. Thank you. Anyone else on this proposal 2A?
I'd just like to comment that, I mean, this rule is, I mean, it's meant to for quick reviews and.
Bear, sir, could you speak up a little higher, please? Thank you.
Oh. Do you hear me better?
Yeah, slightly, yeah.
I mean, if somebody wanted to export power, I mean, obviously there has to be the economic mechanisms to do so. But this non-export, limited export is so that the review of storage and solar, it's done in a more expeditious way. So everybody needs to know that even though you're adding solar, you're not going to be overloading our transformers. And that's why all these provisions come in place. And I think Eric covered this real well. The last sentence addresses if somebody wants to, I mean, interact or request a different interconnection and a method of operating their system, it will definitely need to be reviewed And obviously, I mean, make sure that the system can handle not just one, but many of them. That's just a comment I would like to say on this one. That's why it's limiting, and it needs to stay in the non-export, at least for these options here, for the interconnection technical reviews. If there's other than want to export, then you will have to enter into a different interconnection review process.
Okay, thank you, Roberto. And Roberto or Matt, did this proposal 2A that your group just provided us, is it true? It seems to have a lot of commonality with Colorado. Would you agree with that?
Yep, I would agree with that.
Okay. Well, then we'll go on to 2B unless there's any further questions or comments on 2A. So 2B from the industry group, also provided yesterday in an update, essentially a revision to what they originally proposed in May, which was to follow the California wording pretty much identically. And here they've introduced the phrase program system size, the term program system size, and it's not so clear perhaps, are we talking about still the same thing in terms of maximum capacity or export capacity, or from the proposal 2A, they call this reduced ongoing capacity. But program system size, as used here and applies to photovoltaic inverter-based generation. Program size for all other types of generating facilities we handle on a case-by-case basis. A photovoltaic inverter-based generating facility's program size is calculated as the sum of all inverter strings. Each inverter string is calculated as the sum of the photovoltaic kilowatt DC capacity per inverter string, or the inverter kilowatt AC capacity per inverter string, whichever is less. Program size is used for program administration and to determine insurance requirements. And so this is presumably it results in a number which is less than the sum of the nameplate ratings. It's essentially the sum of the inverter strings, but it also would seem to be less precise in terms relative to 2A, proposal 2A, given that operational mode configuration or programming might in fact determine that the facility is non-exporting, and so the size would, the essential capacity would be 0 in terms of export. So in terms of reconciling that with what was originally proposed, following the California example, and with 2A, I would invite someone from the industry group to discuss how this came about and what you're really pointing to here. It's not. I don't think it's so clear yet. But someone from the industry group, please. Sarah, is it you, or are you going to point to various people in your group?
Hi, Eric. Yes, Sarah here. And, unfortunately, don't have Stephen with us. And he really, I think put a lot of thought into this. I would love to open up the floor to any of the more technical folks that participated in the subgroup to try to give further elaboration.
This is Tayoku. I didn't happen to have a chance to talk about this, some of the terms. And
Yoko, could you speak up a little bit, please? I'm
Sure.
sorry.
Yeah, no, thank you. I didn't have a chance to go over this with Stephen and the definition of these, but I do understand that the inverter string is calculated based on DC or AC, whichever is less, because some of the systems today could be DC coupled or AC coupled, and so that is sort of addressing some product situations, which are all typically required as part of the 1-line or 2-line drawings that we submit to the utility already. And so the question of the facilities program size, I'm sorry, I can't elaborate on that anymore at this point.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Tayoko. Yeah, I mean, if a facility is designed to be non-exporting, then presumably the inverter would be very small, if not, the capacity of the inverter would be very small, or even potentially zero. So this would then have the same effect as proposal 2A in terms of the operational characteristics. But if the system was designed with larger inverters to allow flexibility in the future, but was originally configured as non-export, then this would yield a different result. This would yield a much higher number, given those inverters are there. The larger capacity is how I would think about it. I don't think the AC versus DC issue is that important, but the fact of how the system, how much inverter capacity is put in based on system design and flexibility for the future would seem to be a big difference relative to 2A and the way Colorado and Arizona have defined the maximum export capacity. So Dylan, you have a comment. Go ahead.
Yeah, you kind of brought it up there, just that there are some select times when we'll size the AC higher than the DC for future capacity adds on the DC side. So we, in that case, intend that the AC be what's reviewed as, so the higher AC number, even though the DC might be lower.
But if you designed a system to operate as non-export, but you still had a substantial inverter in there, with substantial size, would you see this as more restrictive than proposal 2A, where the reduced ongoing capacity in 2A would essentially be zero in terms of export capacity, but under 2B would be the size of the inverter?
We don't work a lot in non-export. We do, most of our systems also export. So I'd say, like you said, it'd be a pretty small inverter usually if you're not going to export even at the commercial level.
So the difference would appear more if it was a limited export system.
Yeah. So I don't know exactly how you're defining limited export here, but it's a behind the meter system. There are times when load's low and the solar's producing, and it would be backfeeding. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Cynthia, go ahead.
Sorry, I was muted. It's maybe a dumb question. Why do we say, with respect to the inverter strings, whichever is less when you're summing them? Why, as opposed to whichever is more? And does that relate to the export component? Why you say whichever is less? I just don't understand why. Ordinarily when you're sizing anything, you don't want to underestimate. You just want to know what it is. But I don't know the contingencies here. So
yeah, good point. Dylan, do you have a response to that?
Well, I might be able to handle that, but this is Tayoko.
Could you speak up, Tayoko?
Yeah.
I just have a hard time hearing you.
The inverter capacity deals with converting it, battery storage is DC to AC, which could be used internally only, or If it's a PV, then it's potentially exported, but the inverter capacity sets the a band on whatever happens there, whether it's used internally to serve a load, or whether it's exported. And so by having a sum of inverter strings, so you have multiple inverters that are fed from solar arrays, there's batteries that are DC that feed into inverters or go directly using the same inverters that are used for solar. So there's all kinds of different combinations of both the DC portion and the AC portion here that one would calculate to determine some kind of a limit on how much export or how much you're serving a load. So it's just there is a case where you have a shared inverter that's operating both the batteries and the solar, and so the DC portion of the solar or batteries could be less than the AC capacity, and that sets the limit, a lower limit. So to answer your question, Erica, is this more restrictive? It sets a reality of being more restrictive, because if DC capacity is less than AC capacity, then it is setting a lower amount of capacity that would be considered for screening purposes. I don't know if I've answered the question, but that's how I'm thinking about it.
My question is, does that set up a problem if and when you begin to export with the utility who says, you told me your program was a certain size and it's bigger, and you're creating instability with your exports?
You can't with the DC limit, you can't increase the amount. You'd have to add more DC capacity to generate more AC output. So if you have 50 kilowatts of DC capacity and 100 kilowatts of AC capacity, you can't do more than 50 kilowatts. So it's setting a level at 50, and if you want to increase that or change that, then you have to add more DC capacity in order to reach the 100 kilowatts. I don't know, did that answer your question, Cynthia, Commissioner?
Oh, maybe so. I mean, I don't remember anything about 50 or 100 kilowatt limits right now. I'm sure I've read it before, but I don't remember. So Eric was starting to say something. Maybe he can clear it up for me. I guess I'm just thinking about, these are called, inverter strings. And I guess, you could have a battery on an inverter string or not. But I just wondered if it was going to set the generator up for a problem if they had underestimated. But if you're saying there are limits that they won't achieve, I still don't see why that. I mean, if there are limits that on what they can export, I still don't understand why that solves. Maybe it does solve the problem. Is that what you're saying? There are limits on what they can export, and so whether they underestimate or. Yes, Eric?
The way I might explain it simply, Commissioner, perhaps if we just said, physically, it's impossible to export more than either the DC capacity or the AC capacity. And that's why this whichever is less comes in, because if the DC is less than the AC, you physically are unable to export more than the DC capacity. If the AC capacity is less than the DC, then you're physically unable to export more than the AC capacity. That's a physics, that's a technology constraint. but you could also set the power control system operationally to export less than those levels according to the configuration or the operating mode. But physically, you would never be able to export either of those, either of the AC or DC, whichever is less.
So is that why it says whichever is less here? Eric? Oh, can you hear me?
I'm sorry.
Is that why it says whichever is less here?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, that's correct, and that's to Tyoko's point, is that if the solar system can't produce, you think of sometimes the AC as a hole you're trying to put something through, and nothing can fit through that hole that's bigger than that hole. So it's kind of a limit. But Tyoko's point is, if the DC is smaller, then you're just putting a smaller amount through that kind of constriction. But the only other caveat is what I brought up originally, is that sometimes we'll make the AC larger in anticipation of adding more DC down the line, and trying to avoid a second interconnection application. So that we
wait, you would have to apply again though, because you're increasing the size.
But we're not increasing the AC size. We're just increasing the DC size.
But you were studied, like how this is said, you were studied at the DC size, and then
Well,
you increase
that's what
the
I'm
DC.
saying is that oftentimes we wouldn't want to be studied at the DC side. We want to have the option of saying study us at the
I see
DC size. I wouldn't
Yeah,
want to.
which would be you specify what level you want to be studied. In the case of limited export, it's the customer's option to specify what level they want to be studied at in terms of what they expect to set that limited export value to, whether it's the total inverter value or less than that.
Yeah, so that works as long as we can specify that we're setting the AC to 100. We plan on putting in 50 DC right now, but please study us at 100 because we're going to put in 150 DC in the future total.
Okay, very good.
I don't know if that would work. From like, you're kind of reserving hosting capacity by doing that. I mean, we can talk about it, we can move on, but there might be issues with that.
Yeah, I can appreciate that. What I'd really like to see now for proposals 2A and 2B is for the industry group and the utilities group to work together to try to put these two together, or decide on one or the other, or some hybrid. And they both evolved from the earlier positions where we were. And I don't know if that will be possible in the next 2 weeks, but that's really what will move us forward the most, is now we have these, and can we start to get to one consensus proposal based on these two? I think that's probably not that difficult a task, but we do need to do it. So Sarah and who would be representing the utility group here? Maybe Zoe. Zoe on the call. Yeah, Zoe, you're on the call. Could you see trying to work through 2A and 2B sometime in the next 2 weeks with having some joint meeting of your respective groups?
I can try. Unfortunately, I cannot be the one to coordinate it right now. I have multiple hearings this month, so.
Joey, this is Mike. I can coordinate that.
Thank you, Mike.
Okay, Mike, thank you. And Sarah?
Yes, happy to coordinate and have the discussion. I hope that we're able to get to a consensus as well.
Yeah, that would be great. If Sarah and Mike, if you could communicate, after this call, and try to set something up where the two groups could meet, and it could be later next week, given the holiday. It could even be early the following week before our next Thursday meeting on July 15th. even if it's just a few days before that meeting, so that you have something to bring back to the meeting from that group. And I think I would participate in that joint meeting. So maybe copy me on your correspondence between the two of you. Will that be a good approach to go forward?
Sure.
Yep, works for me.
Okay, great, thank you. And as part of this, I don't want to spend much more time on this issue now, but just to point out in terms of inadvertent export. We have the original proposal 2E, which is the industry group proposal from May 19th, which essentially replicates what was approved in California last year. And that still stands in terms of inadvertent export from the industry group. And to note that proposal, as I said before, that California has a 10-second response time. And the PCS is required to reduce export power to the approved export limit within 10 seconds of exceeding the export limit. So California uses 10 seconds, as I pointed out before, Colorado uses 30 seconds. And the industry proposal that came in yesterday for inadvertent export, if that could also be worked through when the industry and utilities groups meet, I'm just going to read it in part here. The magnitude of inadvertent export shall be less than the total DER facility nameplate rating, and the duration of export power from the customer system shall be less than 2 seconds for any single event. The cumulative amount of inadvertent export energy supplied from the customer and delivered to the company in any billing month shall be less than the on-site combined nameplate real power source rating multiplied by 1 hour. That's in contrast to the Colorado text, which said basically there's no limit to the number of events per month. Colorado does not specify any limit to the number of inadvertent exports per month, just that any one given inadvertent export should be less than 30 seconds. And then here the utility proposal goes on to say, any amount of export of real power across the point of interconnection lasting longer than 2 seconds for any single event shall result in a cease to energize for the customer's energy sources within 2 seconds of exceeding the 2-second duration. And further provisions here in terms of conformance with the ULCRD, et cetera. So I guess what I'm just pointing out now, and this, I think we have to defer this to that discussion to be scheduled between the two groups, is to point out that the utility group proposal currently gives the 2-second 2-second response time, and that may be very restrictive in terms of commercially available power control systems to be able to respond in 2 seconds or less. I know that was an issue in California, and that may be a severe limitation that's really not necessary. That was the discussion in California anyway, when a utility distribution system could, in fact, easily ride through 10 or 30 seconds of inadvertent export. And that might have to be part of a study, but so can we hear from Matt? Do you want to again say anything more on this in terms of what your group has proposed yesterday?
Yeah, I can add a little more. The no limit to exports, I don't think that was at the utilities request. So that's why we added that, because there were having risks of power quality issues with like flicker and transients and things like that. So combined nameplate real power source ratings multiplied by 1 hour is kind of meant to capture those kind of gross violations for that. But I think you covered most of the rest of it from that. After that.
Okay, and do you recall in terms of your group, discussing and coming up with this a discussion about the 2 seconds? The reason I'm highlighting it is because In the past, the 2 seconds has been something of a, accepted rule of thumb for a long time. That wasn't really a big deal. Relays were able to handle that no trouble, but now we're getting into power control systems and storage. It's a different ball game. What sort of discussion did you have around the 2 seconds?
I remember somebody threw out 2 seconds as I think they said that that's what California was doing, and we went through that, but maybe that was a mistake on our part, that we didn't verify that. So I don't know where the 2 seconds is coming from. I see there's I'm reading through some of the Colorado rules. There's some rules around events exceeding 2 seconds but are less than 60 seconds are referred to as inadvertent exports. So maybe there was just some confusion in our group when we had the meeting around what the magnitude duration.
Yeah, well, that will be a point to clarify and discuss some more, both maybe within the utility group and then with the industry folks, and relative to California and Colorado. And by the way, the Arizona and Colorado rules that I've referenced here in the annex of this document that I just read through at the beginning, both of those rules are posted to the OneDrive website for this meeting under the technical documents. So those are the full text of those. There are a few hundred pages, are available for everyone now, just to easily see. And I've pulled out the excerpts from those documents related to export, non-export, and limited export, and inadvertent export. Any other comments from anyone on the call related to inadvertent export before we go on?
I'd like to clarify. This is Matt again. I'd like to clarify that we're proposing to have these technical requirements or definitions of inadvertent export outside of the procedure, maybe in the technical requirements of the utility, so that if we have, say, down the line when like storage systems are more commonplace, more power quality issues, that we have more flexibility to adjust those, or maybe power quality issues aren't as big of an issue that we thought, and we can be more flexible on those. But if we write these into the procedure, the interconnection manual, we'd have to open up another rulemaking to change those. So like we're proposing to write them in our technical requirements of the utilities, so that there's more flexibility to make adjustments and adapt to changing industry.
I see. So each utility would write those into their technical requirements separately.
Right.
Okay, good. Thank you for clarifying that. And I do remember that from your proposal submitted yesterday. And I did not include that aspect of it here in the summary as to whether it would be in the manual or in the rule or outside in the technical requirements. But that I know is an issue that the utilities have brought up repeatedly. And so, yeah, that's an important point. Thank you for that addition. Any other comments? Tayoko, go ahead.
Thank you, Eric. I just want to mention that the any technical requirements would just have to be worked on with industry because they are getting the certifications, and they are the group that is complying with the requirements across the U.S. So any requirements that are exceeding those standards will, of course, shut down the usage of a storage resource. So that's just a question and a comment.
And what is the question exactly?
How, if you're going to set a standard, can you set the standard at a level that's...
Are they coming pretty soon, Tyler?
Can you set a standard
Put the dog outside
above the above industry capability?
What?
Hold on, Tayoko. Mike, you're not muted.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Tayoko.
Just the question is, can you set an can you set a standard that the industry can't meet? That's all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. And I guess there's also the related issue of if it's in the technical requirement, that then the utilities could change it on their own without review through the commission, presumably. So that would be also a factor in terms of whether it's in the rule manual versus whether it's in the technical requirements. But perhaps the group can also address that, or we'll have to work through that in subsequent weeks on these calls. I think that's an important point, and it's yeah, we need to have further discussion about that to get some resolution. Okay, let us move on. I think that was I think we've gotten, I think, pretty close in terms of this issue number 2 on non-export limited export, so it was worth the hour of discussion just now to go through all of that. Let's move on now to
Eric, could I just make one quick comment on that last discussion about utilities wanting to possibly just write into their own operational documents in order to avoid the need for rulemaking later. You know, sometimes rulemakings can go really pretty quickly if it's just on one small point, and a consideration and that should also be whether there's a need for uniformity in administration of a kind of a rule like this among the IOUs. So I just want to throw those points out. It's not, you know, it's not impossible for rulemakings to be conducted pretty quickly. So that shouldn't be a real big barrier. That shouldn't be a real big barrier if there needed to be changes made later. If it's something technical in nature and something that needs to be uniformly implemented among the utilities. Just wanted to make that point.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
Sure.
All right, let's move on now to
I'm sorry, I just wanted to, can I just chime in one quick point?
Go ahead, Roberto.
One does talk about not exceeding 2 seconds, the most updated one. I think it is 2 seconds. I'm looking at it here and it says within 2 seconds, it should not export one of the methods for testing. But anyways, we can address that later. But it does address second.
What document are you referring to?
Rule 21, California.
Oh, Rule 21.
That's for testing. So
that's for non-export and limited export.
Exactly.
But for inadvertent export, it should say 10 seconds.
No, it says 2 seconds. Reverse power protective function within 2 seconds.
For testing, I see. Okay. Well, then I may stand corrected, or there may be a difference in terms of operation versus testing. But that's something definitely then to look into further. Thank you for that. Okay. Now on to the issue of hosting capacity, which we really have not talked about yet. And I'm going to show these 3 proposals for hosting capacity on page 2 of the document, proposal 1D and 1F, actually, and 1G as well. So there's 4 proposals related to hosting capacity. And the first utility group proposal for hosting capacity, proposal 1D, this is from May 19th, address the technical issues regarding hosting capacity outside of the interconnection rules. Keep the long-term mapping and publishing of hosting capacity data out of the rule and manual. Address the issue of mapping and publishing hosting capacity data separately from the interconnection rules. And there were also extensive comments in the utility proposal on hosting capacity definition and longer-term mapping and publishing in the utilities group proposal that are not reproduced here. But that was the essence of it as I put it down here. And I think expectation starting this working group was that we might make some progress with hosting capacity this year for phase 1, and that would continue through phase 2 and even potentially beyond into some type of a DRP proceeding, but that the long-term process to analyze and map hosting capacity, integration capacity analysis, ICA, et cetera, would start now in phase 1 in some fashion, and at least point to how it would evolve starting in phase 2. So the utilities have said no. Let's not discuss that here in this working group outside of the interconnection rules. This working group is only focused on interconnection rules. So that's one starting point. Then we also have the industry group proposal 1E, also May 19th, which went right ahead and said that utilities shall establish, subject to a number of requirements, and they're listed here. There are about 5 of them. Publish the kilowatts of available hosting capacity.
Eric, you broke up.
And reporting on closed circuits.
Eric, you broke up right when you said the utility.
Okay, thank you.
And it sounded like you were going to say establish, but I don't know what you said.
Yeah, so I'm just reading through here briefly the proposal 1E from the industry group on May 19th.
Oh,
Utilities
I see where you are.
shall establish hosting capacity policies with a number of requirements, and there are 5 listed here. The first requirement is to publish the kilowatts of available hosting capacity, including reporting on closed circuits or restricted circuits, and reserve hosting capacity in some type of hosting capacity reporting system. Number 2, submit hosting capacity upgrade plan for the Commission's review and approval. Number 3, have a procedure for calculating hosting capacity. Number 4, enable API access to the underlying data. And number 5, incorporate a number of definitions, including closed circuit, hosting capacity, reserve hosting capacity reporting system, and hosting capacity upgrade plan, and interconnection facility cost sharing. And actually, as part of that proposal, they also talk about cost sharing. Then proposal 1F, reserve hosting capacity for level 1. And this was also in the industry group proposal on May 19th. And we've mentioned a number of times in discussion since then that this is actually an important issue for the Commission to address this year in terms of reserving some proportion, here proposed 25% of currently available hosting capacity for future level 1 projects, at least in suburban urban areas, and maybe 10% for rural feeders. And then the remaining 75% to 90% of available hosting capacity will be updated and posted monthly and available for all resources. In the event that the 75 to 90% of available hosting has been allocated, the utility will then perform initial hosting capacity upgrade plan analysis to develop potential upgrade alternatives and cost estimates. And there was more on there on cost allocation. So those are the proposals that we've had on the table since May 19th. We have not discussed them yet. Our discussions have focused on the other aspects of these issues. And I've always said we would come back to this today. What we got yesterday from the industry group as an update to their hosting capacity proposal from May 19th was this proposal 1G to have studies for capacity upgrade planning purposes. And this proposal submitted yesterday reads, working in conjunction with hosting capacity upgrade plans and cost allocation processes, as thresholds are triggered, such as 90% of estimated gross minimum data. As those thresholds are triggered, meaning that hosting capacity is no longer available, a study shall unstable there for a minute, meaning that hosting capacity is no longer available. A study shall be conducted to determine an appropriate upgrade plan with consideration for future customer adoption in development of prorated share to completed required hosting capacity upgrades. So this is in addition to the 3 that we have. So now we have 4 proposals, and the question is, what do we do with these? So do we come up with some initial proposals for hosting capacity for this year, for this phase 1 of this working group? How could a minimum or a sort of baseline level of rulemaking related to hosting capacity sort of kick the process off this year that would then be elaborated and extended in future years, starting with phase 2 of our process next year? And I guess if there's not consensus on this, the 2 proposals, 1D and 1E, are really as far apart as you could imagine. One is saying, let's not address it at all in this current process. The other is saying, let's go ahead and already establish hosting capacity policies with certain requirements in them now. And there would presumably be some timeline and rollout and requirements for funding, et cetera, having to today or this other. So how do we reconcile this, including
you broke up at the last part of that sentence. Eric, you broke up in the last part of your last sentence. So I don't know what you were saying, and I don't think you were reading. It was like right before your so.
How do we reconcile?
Whatever.
How do we reconcile these 2 proposals, 1D and 1E, which are very far apart? 1D is saying, let's not do anything now. It's not part of our process. 1E is saying, let's actually establish hosting capacity policies now, subject to these requirements. And also proposal 1F, the proposal to set aside or reserve 25% of hosting capacity for level 1 projects, which the commission has said is important. How do we do that if we don't have any hosting capacity information, or we're not starting on a process to develop hosting capacity information? How do we actually implement in a rulemaking to reserve 25% of currently proposed 1F? And then, of course, 1G in terms of studies. Is that something that we could start now? So where do we go from here with these? I would actually like to take ideas from participants, from anyone in the working group, really, those from the industry group who have developed these proposals, 1E, 1F, and 1G, or those from the utility group who have developed 1D, or really anyone on the call. What are your thoughts now on how we move forward with hosting capacity in phase 1 this year? And Arthur, I don't know if you've had a chance to think about this at all, but maybe I'll give you the floor first for any initial comments. But I'd really like to have comments and thinking from a number of people on this call. So Arthur, go ahead.
Sure, thanks, Eric. I appreciate because I was thinking about this, and it's clear that to try and resolve this now would pose a serious detour in doing the important work that we've already set out for phase 1. So what I think might be a way of going is to have both of the utility and the industry group go off and talk about what should the process be for trying to resolve these issues in the future, okay? And I have a feeling that it may require development of a technical paper to see what is capable, what is possible in New Mexico, not in California, not in Arizona, not in Minnesota, but where we are and what it would take to get us to the furthest reach, the industry's proposal, and where we might land in between there, right? And to actually set out a process for the commission to direct parties to essentially reach a stipulation or a settlement on how to go forward. So that's what strikes me as probably the most doable thing, that we could append this to phase 2 and I'll just tell people that the commission is looking for additional resources, money, in order to start addressing these issues as an outgrowth of the current work in interconnection, because it is vitally important. And I think that everybody can probably agree, is that we need some level of improved visibility into the system. We need some level of determining what happens when you start approaching capacity limits, and that. But in order to try and agree on all that now, I think would seriously impact our ability to reach agreement on many other issues that we're trying. So that's my thought, is that if we can agree on what a process would be to start addressing these, then we can include that as a recommendation for phase one.
Okay, thank you, Arthur. So our output in our final report from this year for this working group would be an outline of the process as you've just described it, for getting to some endpoint. And do you think that we would now in our group here today this year try to describe what that endpoint looks like, or just to describe the process itself, and maybe then part of the process would be to define the endpoint?
I'm okay with establishing an ideal endpoint, right, and seeing what it might take to get there. Now, what an ideal endpoint might be different for different parties, but to really look at what would be, so it's essentially a mission statement. What would be the outcome of a process that leads us further down that is appropriate for New Mexico, right? And the level of expected interconnections and the level of upgrades that might be needed, what might that endpoint be? And I think that the industry has already kind of like established their goalposts, and the utilities just don't want to go there right now. So kind of like by looking at what has to happen in order to start addressing those issues, we may define a better endpoint, a closer endpoint.
Yeah, okay. And I guess, proposals 1E, 1F, and 1G currently represent one form of endpoint. I mean, they're pretty comprehensive in terms of what that endpoint looks like, from the industry group perspective right now, in terms of what it would entail. But we would leave that for the further process. And what would that mean in terms of 1F, this 25% reserve for level 1 projects? We couldn't do anything about that then in this year, could we?
I don't think so. We don't know what 25% means,
Yeah, 25% of what exactly? Yeah. And Arthur, again, what about in terms of the utility proposal 1D, that this is outside of interconnection rules? That's implying we would not even get to this next year in phase 2. The process that we define, according to the utility proposal here, outside of interconnection rules, the process that we define now would in fact be some separate a process separate from interconnection rulemaking. Is that a reasonable thing to consider, or do we want to have a discussion about whether it should be within the interconnection rulemaking?
Okay. I tend to look at it as not so much separate, but an outgrowth of. Right. I don't like these boxes. I mean, for the purposes of getting decisions, you have to have an interconnection rulemaking, and then the commission decides on that. And then you have to have a community solar rulemaking, and the commission decides on that. And then you have to have distribution planning rulemaking. I see it all in a spectrum, right, with fewer boxes and barriers in between those things, because they're all moving us forward. All those things are moving us into the future. So I would prefer to think that phase 2 of what we're doing currently may well require a different rulemaking, right? Once the commission decides on the phase 1 issues, right, just for timing purposes, and it can be redefined. It can be not just solely an interconnection issue, but that first step towards greater visibility of a modern grid. You know, I don't think that we have to decide that yet.
From others.
Yeah, I'd just like to point out a couple of things. First of all, it's my understanding that one of the things that initiated this process was the closed circuits that we currently have. I believe P&M said they have 19 of them. There's about 400 to 500 behind the meter solar installations happening every month in New Mexico. That's just based on trend numbers that I've been getting. And then we have about 200 megawatts of community solar that's on the horizon. So from our perspective, there's somewhat of an urgency to figure this out so that we can keep working and keep installing solar. And so I'm for, addressing this as soon as possible. Thank you.
Okay, Jim, do you think that?
Thank you, Jim.
Do you think that including here and now in this phase, some kind of hopefully agreement on what the process should be for moving forward in the future, since we have to do that work anyway, would be sufficient to move the ball?
I'm disappointed when I look again at what the utilities have, and that essentially they don't want to address this now. And if we address this in phase 2, I guess that's better than not addressing it in this rulemaking or whatever. But I do think that we need to get agreement, first of all, that it needs to be addressed, and it needs to be addressed real soon. And then I think we need to start honing down on these different options that our group has presented.
Thank you, Jim. I have a question for you, and then I'll go on. I have Tayoko, Kevin, and then Commissioner Hall raising their hands. But Jim, just to follow up on that, is there any value in your view in terms of, we have all these circuits that are now closed, in terms of the criteria by which they have been closed? In other words, to re-examine why they're closed, or the analysis, the study that went into that, or is that not the issue?
Well, certainly more information would be better, and it's my understanding that we don't have much information as to what, why they're closed. In other words, what criteria was used to close them. So certainly that would be very helpful.
And I would say it might relate to also when we come back to the first issue in terms of capacity screening and levels, in terms of if we're looking at a minimum daytime load, that perhaps that information by itself might be useful if it's not currently available. Let's come back to that. Okay, I'm going to go in order. So Tayoko, you had your hand up, then Kevin, then Commissioner Hall.
Yeah, thanks, Eric. I just wanted to say that I think you've done a great job of all the way along here identifying some of the key issues that are obstacles, and we can't really address one part of the elephant without dealing with the whole thing. And so the usefulness of the context of all of these different parts and how they interact it's all related. And so if we kick the ball down the road on some of these things, and we don't integrate that into the conversation, it just it feels like it sub-optimizes the whole decision-making process, and so it feels like these are all spokes of the wheel, and if we don't address them, include them in the conversation, then we're just gonna trip over ourselves every time we go down this path. Clearly, this community solars has got a decision process that would directly affect this. It would directly affect the customer small DER, and so you have these working groups now. One of the groups is cost allocation, and that addresses part of this issue which we're addressing in here. So I don't think, I think we have to work through these issues. And if the commission feels like there's not enough clarity to make a decision, and they decide how it's going to be decided later and integrated. Because if we do them serially, then it'll just force the decision to happen down the road. So that's my perspective. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Tayoko. Kevin, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I guess certainly agree with Jim and Tayoko's points around just kind of the value in addressing this holistically. And then just kind of wanted to provide some additional context more specific to community solar. These types of resources and also understanding that there's a wide spectrum from providing virtually no information at all to like a full-blown hosting capacity map with click-throughs and all the bells and whistles. But I think there are some interim steps that can be made. And making that information available to the industry will, from my perspective, save all involved a significant amount of time. The utilities have pointed out, and the PRC has issued notice to interconnecting customers that are submitting pre-screens. I firmly believe that you would see a significant decrease in the number of pre-application requests as well as interconnection requests if there was more information on the system made available. These folks and the developers are interested in seeking out information about an area that's clearly not going to work. But at this point, their only opportunity to gain more insights into the system is to submit a pre-application request or a full-blown interconnection request. So again, I think just providing some of this information and helping to guide folks as to where in the system they should be focusing their efforts will just create efficiencies for everyone. So just encourage people to keep an open mind on ways that they can take some interim steps, knowing that going into a full hosting capacity analysis and mapping and resources is a lengthy process. But again, just from my experience managing some community solar processes for utilities, I see a lot of value in opening the door a little bit and providing some of this information. Thanks.
Okay,
Kevin, thank you,
can I ask you before we go to Commissioner Hall, do you think that we could essentially create a roadmap towards the ideal goal and at least set up steps as to how to reduce the barriers towards more information, not perfect information, so that we can figure out what is capable now and what we have to do in order to get past those barriers?
Yeah, I think in my initial presentation, when we were kind of launching this work group, I touched on this a little bit and happy to work with some other folks to flesh that out a little bit more. I think, at a high level, there's starting with maybe a daytime minimum load or minimum daytime load report, kind of paired with some high level substation mapping. That's something that Xcel's Colorado service territory did as an interim step. Towards moving towards more of a hosting capacity map that was hosted through EPRI. So I think things like that can certainly be helpful and would defer to some of the more technical experts, but I have to imagine that there's some additional interim steps that can be taken as well. So yeah, happy to work on that.
Okay, we'd really like to see utility involvement in that discussion as well, but I'll let Commissioner Hall go.
Thank you, Kevin and Art. Commissioner, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, what I was going to ask is, I know, and I also want to make a comment about what Kevin just said, but I want to do this first. I see you have a utility group proposal and an industry group proposal, and I think Jim spoke up pretty effectively about the residential level 1 projects. But I wanted to ask: has there been any comments or proposals from representing the residential groups, because those are the people that we hear from at the commission, and I've heard a lot from them. And so is there going to be some sort of representation of that group's interest? I know you mentioned level 1 to the extent you were talking about trying to put your arms around what's the reserve 25%, but to the extent there are proposals being put forth by utilities and the industry group, where's the representation for the residential group? Because I know right now they're not happy. And then with respect to Kevin, I apologize, Kevin, I probably should have just interrupted you and said, I can't understand everything you're saying, because I couldn't understand everything you were saying. But you were saying that you felt there needed to be more information. And I was sort of curious as to what, because at least with respect to P&M, at least the way the problem has been described to me so far is that, if their feeder lines have more than 15% renewable energy on them, then they can't host any new interconnections for further renewable energy, unless, I think if there's just a small increase, I think they have a workaround, but it's not enough to accommodate the huge appetite for interconnections at the residential level that we have now. So I was curious as to what kind of information is needed, because the way I see it, there's just basically a standard that's being employed by P&M, and I don't think this situation has arisen yet, and the other utilities, but they might be getting close to it. Wherein they have reached their limit of hosting capacity for residential interconnections, but we have this limit. And I noticed Eric mentioned, the minimum daytime load metric, and that might be something to look at. But what is the kind of information? This is a question to Kevin at this point. What kind of information are you referring to that's needed beyond just these operational standards that are being employed? And if that information is, let me just ask you that question. And then further, my comment would be that I think that we should examine other standards and their value for purposes of, maintaining the grid under our current circumstances where, there's a lot more intermittent resources that residential and industrial parties want to be able to interconnect with right now. So, we need to, I believe what we should do going forward is to look at these standards and evaluate them. And I know Eric and Arthur know very much what I think about that. But I would like to know, Kevin, what information you are saying is lacking and how it could help.
Sure. Thanks for those questions, Commissioner.
Could you speak up a little, please?
Sure. Can you hear me better now?
That is much better.
Sorry about that. So I think there are kind of two issues at hand. And I think for the purposes of resolving the residential, small on-site solar customers that I think folks have been running into to date, the update to those kind of operational and processing requirements is likely the best solution. My comments were largely based on the upcoming community solar program and information that will help guide the developers of those projects to areas of the grid that are most likely capable of hosting a community solar project. And so the information that Excel has provided in Colorado on their minimum daytime load report, it identifies the name of the substation, the feeder number, the transformer number, the primary voltage level, the minimum daytime load on that particular feeder, as well as the installed DG and the DG and Q. And so, the data points of those three data points in conjunction can kind of help folks identify when they might bump into needing to put voltage supervisory reclosing on a feeder breaker, which is a typical kind of first step substation upgrade, as well as when they might incur a 3D0 upgrade, which is a high side sequencing. And those can tend to be fairly costly upgrades. And so again, it kind of allows for developers to very quickly identify areas of the system that are most likely capable of hosting a community solar scale array. So I think that's kind of what we would be looking for as kind of an interim step. And my understanding is that information, once collected, can also be rolled forward towards creating a hosting capacity map if that ends up being the ultimate direction folks want to go. So it's certainly not a wasted effort, but kind of building towards what would be used to construct a more robust hosting capacity map.
So are you saying that information needs to be compiled for the whole system? I mean, because, people across certainly TNM's footprint are seeking to connect. And there are some areas where, they're at the limit under the standard that's being employed. I mean, I would assume that what you're talking about is it's sort of generated by, and then the need for the information is generated by the demand for interconnection, at a certain location or area. So are you saying this information needs to be gotten for the entire footprint of the utility?
I'm certainly not saying that this needs to be required. I think it would be great. I think it would be very helpful for the industry and for utility engineers to just limit work on requests that aren't likely to go anywhere. And so that's really more what I'm kind of driving towards. And typically it would be done for the holistic footprint. If we wanted to further narrow the scope to make it a little bit of a lighter lift, would certainly be more than happy to work with folks on identifying particular areas that would be in most need of this information. And again, for community solar, that's going to be more of the rural parts of the service territories as opposed to the metro areas. But I could see other folks having an interest in getting more information in the metro areas as well.
Mm-hmm. Great. Well, I think it's a very good point. So thanks for that. But so otherwise, Arthur, I just wanted to make that, I guess, ask the question, what's the representation or in the process you're contemplating, could you find ways to achieve some representation of the interests of the residential, suburban, urban, even rural areas to interconnect, the level 1 projects?
Well, Commissioner, if you have an idea of who should be involved, we have opened this up to a broad array of interests, including people that are not part of the utility industry or the developer industry. But all I can say is that we'll probably see some of those interests represented in community solar implementation. But more to the point, I think that we have to have a basic understanding of what it is that is the barrier. And you keep referring to the 15%. And I just have to clarify that the 15% issue, if there's renewable energy or solar projects that amount to 15% of a feeder capacity, when an applicant comes in, that means that they can't pass the fast track, right? And they go to supplemental study in order to see what's available. PNM's determination of capacity saturation on the circuits that it's identified is not based on 15%. It's based on 90 to 100% of the circuit capacity. So I hope that you understand that 15% is just a trigger of additional studies, but that the utility has accepted projects that go beyond 15%, obviously, because they get up to almost 100% in some areas. What we've been doing in this working group is trying to identify technical solutions that can help accommodate additional interconnections, right? through inverters, advanced inverters, can be able to increase the amount of capacity that a circuit can handle, and also come up with options for paying for upgrades that are necessary when circuits truly are at capacity. So we're still defining some of that stuff, and it's not going to happen overnight, but that's the work that we've been doing. And if you have ideas on how to get individual or community representation here as we move forward, then we certainly welcome it.
Okay, well, thank you. No, I don't particularly have any ideas, but I'll think about it. I mean, I believe our local developers who do a lot of residential installation actually are good spokespersons for that. So, what I was wondering, was there any intention of creating a proposal from that group? Because industry, in my mind, is not the same as smaller installations.
Well, we have the door, and not many people have walked through.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think that's something we can take up in terms of representation from the residential side, and in terms of I guess it would be both developers and owners and property developers. I noted that Roberto, your hand was up. I'd like to call on you in just a minute, but before I do, two other things. Art, when you were talking about, okay, P&M, can go up to 100% in terms of, before it closes a circuit. Would it be useful for us, Art, do you think, to ask utilities to explain with more detail how they designate a circuit as closed? That came up a little earlier in our discussion, or is that not something that really is going to matter to us?
I thought that we had done that in our very first workshop in March. We can go back and ask them for further explanation if necessary, but it seems to me that Andrea Contreras had described that fairly completely.
Yeah, we did. We had both our planning department, Cindy Buck, and I both explained that, and she gave a presentation on it. We can provide that again if necessary.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And then back to Kevin. Kevin, in your answers to the commissioner in terms of what additional information you're suggesting in terms of what is helpful and so on, and how that works, maybe looking at just particular feeders or particular areas and not the whole system as a whole, in terms of getting some preliminary information that would help to avoid any applications and et cetera, reduce the volume of applications and help also the community solar developers. Kevin, could I just ask you to write all that down, the answers that you provided to the commissioner, as well as any further thoughts you have that you voiced or have not? Would you be willing to write that down and submit that for us by next meeting in 2 weeks?
Yeah, happy to work on that. And if anyone else would like to collaborate on those comments, please let me know.
That's great. Thank you so much. And that now extends to everyone who made comments on this issue of hosting capacity. If you could please write those comments down or those questions that you had and submit those to Arthur and myself in writing during the next 2 weeks before Wednesday, July 14th. I think that would be very helpful in moving this along, as well as any ideas that you have about a further process for defining hosting capacity, as Arthur has laid out. At least maybe now we can propose what that further process would be as a proposal in our final report now. And if you have ideas on what that process might look like, or what the criteria for the process would be, or how it relates to the urgency of the situation, as has also been voiced today by Jim and others, in terms of the proposals that we're looking at right now, I think that will be our next for this hosting ideas for further process, collect those ideas for what we might propose now. Maybe it's a on selected circuits, it's the minimum daytime load to collect that, to make that available, make that information available. Maybe it's something else that can be done rather simply and easily, patterned after Colorado or other states. If we still want to propose that as part of our process, as part of our outcome for this year. So I will invite everyone who spoke and anyone who did not speak on this issue to please submit those comments, those ideas in writing by, I think our deadline has typically been noon on the Wednesday before our meeting. So noon on Wednesday, July 15th. Okay, Arthur, I know we're running out of time. We've already used more time than allocated. Arthur, can I take another 5 or 10 minutes for the final issue for this? How much wiggle room do we have right now?
Well, sure. We had some next steps that actually was far too much time there. So why don't you go to 2:15, and then we'll wrap it up.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So then, discussion A, which relates to capacity screening levels and process. So I'm now showing proposals 1A, 1B, and also 1C. And in terms of screening levels and process. And I really would like, we didn't really hear anything from the utilities from these last 2 weeks in terms of these proposals 1A, 1B, and 1C, including an updated flow chart, which the industry group provided to us yesterday. And I would really like to get utility feedback and comments on all 3 of these proposals, 1A and 1B and 1C, during the next 2 weeks, so that we can come back and have a productive discussion on July 15th. So again, that would be due noon on July 14th, that Wednesday. And in particular, this would be anything beyond the comments that the utility group originally made on the industry group proposal from May 19th. And that includes the industry group update to their proposal made yesterday, including the revision 2 flowchart. And I'll just read through that a little bit here on proposal 1B. But first to note for 1A, that these 4 levels I put here were my understanding of where we might have gotten to in our discussion 2 weeks ago, that interconnection applications should be evaluated according to 4 capacity levels, 0 to 25 kilowatts. I think that 25 kilowatt upper limit was fairly now well agreed upon. There were original utility comments saying 10 or 20 kilowatts. We had a discussion about 20 versus 25. In the end, my understanding and my interpretation from our past discussions was that everyone was basically okay with having level 1 go to 25 kilowatts, understanding that that had no bearing whatsoever on net metering. There was no relationship to that, to net metering limits or levels. And then that level 4 or the higher level would be more than 500 kilowatts rather than more than 1 megawatt. That was also an outcome of our prior discussion, and that there was a suggestion that there'd be 4 levels. So it wouldn't go directly from 25 to 500, but would be in 2 steps, 25 to 100 and 100 to 500. But it's not clear what the differences in screening criteria would be between level 2 and level 3 as proposed by the industry group. So level 4, greater than 500 kilowatts, that's very clear. That would always go to supplemental or detailed study. Level 1, 0 to 25, would never go to supplemental or detailed study, provided that there was no hosting capacity issue as potentially defined by estimated daytime minimum load. And then the screening criteria for level 2 and level 3 are still to be worked through in this group. So we have that. And then that was for 15 kilovolts and below in terms of voltage levels. But what about more than 15 kilovolts and or on a 600 amp lines that are close to substations? And I think that was also issues that came up last time. as making some differentiation, not just based on capacity, but also based on circuit voltage and the line capacity and the distance to the substation. Those elements have been brought up earlier today as well. And just to reiterate, the updated proposal 1B that the industry group updated yesterday, capacity screening process should be conducted according to the attached flow chart. And that flow chart is also posted to our OneDrive. And they've made some revisions to it and resubmitted it for everyone. So that's also available on the OneDrive. But going back to proposal 1B, capacity screening process should be conducted according to the attached flow chart. Level 1 interconnections would be conducted according to either call it a fast track or call it expedited or initial screening process, which does not require supplemental review or detailed study. Based on 90% estimated gross minimum daytime load. In the event SCADA data is not available, distribution circuit line recorder shall be installed when stable there. In the event SCADA data is not available, distribution circuit line recorder shall be installed temporarily as required to estimate gross daytime minimum load. Level 2 would go through additional screens for short circuit current configuration and some screen relative to aggregate capacity or maximum capacity or program level system size, depending on the terminology we adopt. Level 3 needs further definition in the flow chart. Level 4 would always go directly to supplemental review or detailed study. So there are some holes here. There are some question marks because we have not actually gotten to a full description of these proposals yet in terms of the levels, in terms of circuit voltage or proximity to substation, and in terms of what the screening process might be if we do adopt 4 different levels rather than 3. Lastly, proposal 1C, screening levels and process. This was from the original utilities group proposal on 519, that the rule should continue to follow the screening criteria detailed in FERC SGIP. That's essentially what the utilities originally proposed as their starting point for our discussion. And so again, coming back to what the differences between SGIP and IREC models, and we'll soon have that in hand, and that would bear on all of this. But let me just see if there are any quick comments from the industry group. Sarah, go ahead, and then from anyone in the utilities group on this, and then we'll have to close. Sarah, go ahead.
Sure, very quickly, because I know we're running late. I feel like I need to circle back with the subcommittee, as I don't know if we thought that these different 4 levels had been absolutely agreed to in the last meeting. And, you know, if you look at the flow chart, you'll see that there's a reference to the 1 megawatt. So this may just be my confusion, but I feel like we need to circle back to make sure that we're all on the same page with that.
Yes, absolutely, I agree. And what I've listed here as the level 4 levels was where I thought we were potentially getting to in our discussion from 2 weeks ago and from 3 weeks ago as well. But no, absolutely, we have not agreed on this. These 4 levels, or the numbers for each of the 4 levels, we have clearly not agreed on them yet. But I thought that's where we were getting to, so I put it in here this way. But again, I think, and we were going to hear from the utilities on these 4 levels and the numbers, 500 kilowatts and so on. And there was nothing that we received from them yesterday on this. So I think it really is now. Over the next 2 weeks, we definitely want to hear from the utilities on proposals 1A, 1B, and 1C in terms of their current perspective, their current thinking, how they would construct the 3 or 4 levels, are these numbers consistent with what their thinking is or what they think is reasonable or not? So we definitely want to hear from the utilities in the next 2 weeks on that, on 1A, 1B, and 1C. But we would also welcome from the industry group how you want to weigh in on the levels 1 through 3 or 1 through 4, what your current perspective is on that, given our discussions of these last weeks. Is that reasonable, Sarah?
It is, and thank you for the clarification. That's very helpful.
Okay, very good. And then anyone from the utilities right now, Zoe, Roberto, Mike, Matt, is that a reasonable request to make of you for proposals 1A, 1B, and 1C for these next 2 weeks?
Eric, this is Mike from Excel. We'll do our best. We've got lots of balls in the air, but we'll try to convene the utility folks and talk through it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Anyone else from the utilities group? Okay, very good. So I'm going to close there by just, again, referring people to this, this document, Technical Proposal Summaries version 1, dated yesterday. That's in the OneDrive for today's meeting and contains 4 pages of the actual proposals that we have on the table in various forms. And then the last 2 pages, actually the annex describing what Arizona and Colorado have done for non-export, limited export. You know, really any comments on this document, comments or questions or clarifications over the next 2 weeks as well. So again, by noon on Wednesday, July 14th. Okay, with that, Art, I will turn it back over to you, and thanks to everyone for the discussion today.
Great, thanks, Eric. If you could close out your sharing so that I can pull something up, which is this. And we're going to share this. This isn't easy, and while it seems that, you know, kind of like we're reaching a point in some of the conversations where we're not going to resolve them, where there will be differences, that's just the work that we're doing, and we understand that we will kind of reach a point where we have a document that lays out the various positions, and then it goes to the commission, and the commission decides what it wants to do about these things. But I will point out that we did a lot of really good work today, that I see a lot of agreement, and we've reached consensus essentially on several of these issues, the things with check marks on them. We're close to being able to poll the things like the pre-application report content, the IEEE 1547. I don't think that we're going to be ready for the cost allocation options for July 15th, but we'll have more information about that. The reconciliation summary is very helpful, and when we get the kind of finessed version of it, we'll see how to use that. And I did ask people for comments on what a process would be for using that document as we kind of reach some agreements or not agreements. But right now it's a helpful tool. And then some of the other things are just beginning. The utility reporting requirements, the manual revision. We do have an off week next week, and I will again open up the call from 10 to 11 for anyone who needs it. I'm thinking that especially we need to kind of reconvene the manual revision group and see where we are, and maybe work out a plan for dealing with that. So I know that several of the people who signed up for the manual revision team are also working on these other issues, but I will be available next Thursday to start talking about it. And also, if people want to talk about this last proposal for essentially kind of trying to create a roadmap for hosting capacity and mapping, then we can talk about that as well. I saw that Steve Rimshaw has put up a couple of examples from other jurisdictions on what maps look like and what's available. I'm not going to minimize the difficulty of that task, right? It's not something that can happen overnight. And even in California, although they have workable ICA right now, the first versions that the utilities turned in had a lot of holes and had to go back for refining. So this is something that is gonna take some work in order to get there. So with that, I don't know that we need to go into any more issues today. Margie, we have timelines and flow chart, but I think that we can reserve that for next week. As I said earlier, we're right in the middle of it. This was the middle of the meetings that we had scheduled, and I think that we're making really good progress on a lot of the issues, and you know, really grappling with very difficult things in the technical side. So Margie, is there anything you want to add?
Yeah, everybody did a great job. This is very hard work, as Arthur mentioned, and we appreciate all the effort that's gone into it and the contributions. Please let me know if you have trouble getting documents into OneDrive. It is a really critical repository for us now. So Travis, I'll look for your presentation from today, and Matt, look for your updated reconciliation report, which I think is going to be extremely helpful. And sounds like the major action item from today's meeting is for folks to read through that summary document that Eric just talked through and provide any comments, proposals for moving forward, corrections, anything that doesn't sit well. Please review that, comment on it. I will attach that to the summary of the meeting so that you don't have to go to OneDrive to find Eric's summary, because I know some of you are having trouble getting in there. So please let me know if I can be assistance in accessing documents or in tutorial on using Miro, since we plan to use that for our continued polls. And thanks for all your help.
Okay, the other piece of homework is to review the cost allocation draft and forward any ideas and thoughts to Ed Brolin's group that are going to try and meet again and refine that for next meeting.
Good.
That's all for me. If anybody has anything that they want to add, any announcements to make, any things that we should be aware of, this is a good time to do it.
Hey, Arthur, this is Kevin. Just one last plug for anybody that's interested in participating in that kind of roadmap for the hosting capacity. Please just reach out. I'm happy to get.
Great, and we look forward to participation. And if anybody has ideas on how to involve this silent majority of residential customers who might well want to put solar projects on their rooftops but are running into difficulties and we don't hear about it, certainly kind of let us know, because that is a group that it does not have formal representation. At least I have not seen anybody that would represent those interests active at the commission. So anything that helps that, and this is different than ratepayer interest. This is different than you know, kind of like industry interest. This is the silent majority. Yes, was somebody saying something?
Yeah, I was going to mention that I am on the board of the New Mexico Solar Energy Association, and we are always kind of looking out for people trying to just get solar on their homes. I don't know if I can speak for them. I'm just on the board, but I'm always trying to look out for the interests of the ratepayer.
Well, we all should be. So I appreciate that. Was that Steve? Was that Steve Rimshaw talking?
No, this is Andrew Stone speaking.
Oh, hi, Andrew. Yeah, sorry. You didn't show up on my gallery view. Okay, with that, welcome to July. Everyone have a 3-day weekend. Take Monday off, even though the 4th is on Sunday. This is the first time in a year and a half that you'll be able to kind of meet with family and share a lot of outdoor activities. And there's a lot of events, and I would just recommend that everybody take advantage of it, because we know how precious it is to have this opportunity again to be humans. So thanks a lot, and we'll see some of you next Thursday and most of you the Thursday after that.
Thanks, Art.